Good morning, good morning, good morning. City of La Marque, City Council Special Agenda of August the 7th, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of La Marque, Texas, will conduct a special meeting on August 7th, 2025, beginning at 10 a.m. at Council Chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, La Marque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. According with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and quorum of the La Marque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, La Marque, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Here.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Thank you. We are moving now to our invocation and our pledge. And Jancy, Bible says be instant in season, out of season. And so I'm going to ask you to give us a invocation, Ms. Griffin. And since you are a good American, I'd like to ask you to lead us in our pledge. Stand, please.
Today we rise, God, to thank you, and to recognize who you are. We worship you because you have all power. We worship you because you are magnificent. And now we ask God for wisdom and protection of our city. We pray for all our children as they prepare to go back to school. We pray for their parents who have prepared for their children. God, we pray for prosperity and we pray for peace in their homes as every parent does the best that they can for their child. We pray for the grandparents, God, that are assisting. We pray for neighbors who are assisting, that you give us all the strength to know and feel what it means to be a community of strength and a community that works together. And now we pray over this budget that you will help us to make the best fiscal decisions that need to happen for this city. We thank you for our mayor. We thank you for every council member and all the staff who work so diligently. We pray for peace and we pray for strength in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies. We are now at item 4, citizens participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, address, and the item you wish to speak about. Applies with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via a smartphone, tablet, or computer on the Zoom platform, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are here with us in person, there is a microphone and a table at the center aisle, and when your name is called, you will be heard. Let us never forget that many have died for our right of freedom of expression in this great, great country of ours. But let us also remember the council and this community is requesting that we respect one another and that we are kind in our comments, even if they are critical. Mr. Avery, are there any persons online wishing to speak? Very good. We have one with us today. It is former council member, the Honorable James Ross. Welcome, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. So
Mr. Avery's gonna wave his hand when you 30 seconds is. when you have
James
30
Ross,
seconds.
414 Avenue D. I brought y'all a package. This is the 11 houses on Avenue B that I've been talking about for a while. The first page is the map. Each lot will have the house numbers that are there and how many houses are on those lots. The next page is the company that actually is running, I guess, the the property management at this moment in time for those 11 lots. The next company will be the company that actually built it, Triton Constructions. If you'll notice, they have the same address, which is kind of suspicious to me. What I did with the data searches for the property details is I did 2022 because two of the lots, that's as far back on the property deed that I could find on GCAT at the moment. And then 24 and 25. So the first one will be the one with 3 houses on it. If you notice, you'll have your 2022, and that's where I was able to find out that the construction company sold it to the next company in 2022. That was the only, when I went to 21, there was no other data. It was all empty. Then you get to the 2025 tax rolls for that property. And my 1,200 square foot house, they're saying it's almost $160,000 this year. The 1,200 square foot house that they have on the tax roll is $132,000 and was built in 2021. Mine was built in 1950s. So not real sure. And another thing that I was noticing is each one of my lots is about $12,000 is what GCAD's saying. Their lots are about 8, each one of them. So there's a slight discrepancy, and I'm not sure where they got theirs at or from. But it's broken down that way. The big one will be the last property that has 5 houses on it, because it says they only have 1 house on GCAD, and you're leaving property tax dollars on the table if we don't have them go out there and look that back up. So, and since my time's up, I thank y'all. Please look
Absolutely.
through all this.
Are you gonna hang around?
Okay.
We'd definitely love to, well, let me speak for myself. I'd love to visit with you about this during the break. Ms. Holly, would you help, Mr. Ross run this down?
Sure.
Figure out where to start.
I just need the copy. I need a copy of whatever thank you. And I will work with the tax assessor's office or tax appraisal district, I guess would be the appropriate one, to make sure there are some limitations in the state of Texas about who can challenge values. And a lot of times the government is not allowed to, but we can bring it to their attention.
Very good. Thank you.
This is something we put on the agenda Monday.
Let's in the request part, Mr. Lowry. Before we adjourn today, you can request that be put on the agenda.
Mr. Ross.
Point of information,
Yes,
point of information, Mr. Campion.
I have a question, actually. What, you're presenting this for what purpose?
This is the 11 houses that nobody seems to know how or what or how they came about. So there's each one of these properties, like this one right here, this was 1 lot. It's zoned as 1 lot, but there's 5 individual lots on it.
So the question is not the appraisal. That's not the issue. The issue is, how did these houses get into our
And are they on the road registration?
development side?
Are they on the road registration? Because they obviously are rentals, because you can't sell all 5 of them at one time.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
James Osteen, 2012 Giordano Street in La Marque. Good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all know I'm all about the money. It's all about the money with
Hey.
me. And what I want to talk to y'all about today is we don't have a finance director. That means we don't have an investment officer. Investments make us money. Now, I talked to Monica, nice lady over here, and I asked her today what her position was. She was in accounting. I asked her who was running it over there, and she kind of, I guess, indicated she was. And she was real honest with me. I asked her, can you handle the finance director's job? And she said she didn't think she could.
Mhm.
We don't need to put that young lady in that position to take care of this city's finances. This is not something we can sit on. Now, I don't know how much experience Miss Holly has in finance. I understand she does have some. She may be very good at it.
Mhm.
But right now, she's going to have to be a finance director.
Mhm.
And she's going to have to be an investment officer. But they don't give her them. She's not a finance director. She's a city manager.
Mhm.
So you see the problem here with the charter? Now, I understand we hadn't been getting a check register. We're supposed to get that every month. The council is by charter. Now, how that happened, I don't know how y'all let that get around y'all.
Mhm.
But y'all supposed to be the enforcer of this charter, not me.
Mhm.
I'm just John Doe citizen out there. Y'all supposed to be taking care of our government. Y'all not doing it. So we need to get an investment officer and we need to get a finance director real quick. Now, we also need to give this young lady some training. If she's going to help with this finances. Now, Miss Holly's going to have a big job ahead of her.
Mhm.
I'm willing to help out, just like I helped Susie Q when she came on years ago. Ms. Turner tell you I helped her, and I'll help that young lady if she wants it. I'm not going to beg her to help her,
Sure.
okay? But I can probably give her a lot of help, which in turn will help Miss Holly. So I'm offering my services to do that, to get us through this hard time right now. Now, y'all got some questions that Ms. Turner was supposed to got y'all answers for. And I hope we get into that today too. Okay, so we need to follow up on that. And this impact fee, are y'all familiar with chapter 395 of the Texas Government Local Code? You are, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the rest of y'all probably never heard of that government code, but it talks about what you can do with impact fees, how you can spend them, and it'll help you with your budget. If you look at it, there's some stuff in there y'all can use that money for. And Joe, it's either 10 years or 6 years. You got to spend that money, or you got to refund it back to where you got it from. And there's 2.6 million in there right now. I understand what she told us yesterday. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
let's allow Miss Holly to respond. I believe they are in the process of interviewing or scheduling interviews for a finance director. I'll let Ms. Holly respond. And also, would you please respond with your financial background and qualifications?
I have a master's in economics. I'm not a finance person, but I've done budgeting over 40 years. We are in the process of hiring. We do have some good applications. We've got some not so good applications. We have a panel set up and we will begin that process very, very quickly because as former Councilmember Osteen is saying, it's a critical position for the city or for any city. So we're taking that very seriously, but we still have Christine on, I believe, through today. It was either last night or she's through today. So we're not completely out of, out of finance help right now. And I am familiar with Chapter 395. That's something that urban planners work with a lot. So, and that's a well-made point, is that not only do we have impact fees that can offset some of our projects, we're going to hear about what we have in the ARPA funding, which we were awarded about $4.4 million in ARPA funding. That also, we are on a very tight deadline to get that allocated and spent. It has to be completed by the end of 2026, by the end of December of 26. And so that's like blinking, it's here. And that would be part of the AC units for the library is actually showing up on ARPA. So I'm working with Monica and making sure that where we have other funds, we're going to be reflecting that accurately back to council.
Very good. Very good. Anyone else? All right. We are at Thursday, July 7th. August 7th. And I believe we're at grant funding. And who is going to be the person making those presentations?
Oh, she was here. She just
Walked
stepped
out the room.
Alex Severs is online as well. He is our GrantWorks representative. He made himself available for this morning. And Alice Ashley with Provisions is on site, but she stepped out of the room.
Who's on?
Alex Severs, our GrantWorks contact.
Alex.
Hi, team. How's it going? Council,
What's
mayor,
going on?
how's everybody?
How you doing, man? We're doing all right.
I am doing okay. I was a last minute kind of invited to this meeting, so I am ready to answer questions, but I do not have a presentation for you. So I'm ready to answer any budgetary questions you have concerning your grants. I can give you a brief update of the grants that I'm working on, since I just did that this morning with our wonderful Public Works Director. But like I said, I don't have a specific presentation for you. So I'm ready to answer whatever you got.
Yeah, let's how about we start with an update, the same
Sure.
update I assume that you had with Mr. Bro.
Sure.
You can, yes, sir.
Yeah. So as I'm sure you all know, you have I work on 4 different grant projects with the City of La Marque. We are working on closing out grant in Wisteria. That is we have a grant designation for that of C287. That is largely complete. We are just waiting on a few monitoring closeout items with the GLO and trying to get the grant completion report finalized and submitted. The grant is set to expire, to be completed. The grant end date is on November 31st of this year. And if for whatever reason we need additional time, we can get some administrative extensions, but I believe that we'll have that all wrapped up by then. So that's one of our grants. That's a GLO.
Let's Mr. Seaver,
Yes.
when you give us the grant, you said the Wisteria grant, give us an idea of what that project entails so that we can be familiar.
Sure. Let me make sure I have. That was the Wisteria Drainage Improvements Project. I will say that I came on when that project was largely complete, and I've just been working on closing that one out. Miss Ashley, do you think you could give me a quick primer on sort of how that project went?
It's the Mary Melody drainage. Did that that was back Harvey 2018.
Okay. What do you have next?
Sure. We have we have another GLO project. This is the citywide manholes and sewer project. This is last for D208. This project, I believe, has first off, is going very well. We are getting some additional manholes done on that project, all within the original scope. This project has a construction budget of a little over $6 million. I will give the exact figures if you ever need them. This has a city commitment of $75,000 that has not yet been paid. This project, like I mentioned, this is D208, and we are working on the citywide manhole and pipe restoration, sewer pipe, I believe. And that is, I believe there's a change order set to go before you all on this coming Monday to discuss moving some funds within the contract, no additional funds from the city, moving some funds within the contract from one area to another. The more information on that next week.
Number 2 was the manhole, citywide manhole project.
That is correct. That's the one I was just talking about.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Yes.
Let's stop there, Alex.
Sure, yep.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe, has a question on that actual project.
There are 2 items, Alex. One, you made a comment about, I have the exact figures if you need them. I need them. I'm an exact figure sort of guy.
Fair. I was in the overview stage of things. They're right here in front of me, ready to share them whenever that was appropriate. Absolutely.
It is not just me, it's our whole community.
Yes.
We have too many questions being asked about grants, the amounts,
course.
what's being done, scope of work. And we just have to improve that communication. And we're gonna look to.
Let me
Awesome.
interject real quickly. Under tab 30, there are the projects. And so the ones that are being discussed are at the very end, right before you hit tab 31. And so I just located them. So when he's talking about C287 or D208, you can actually find them on there and find the
Follow along.
financial figures. Yes, sir, to follow along.
The sheet that Avery just handed y'all just has some updated percentages and city matches. I had to get with GrantWorks for the HMGP and public management for
You
get
said, sorry, tab 30 was.
Tab 30, and if you go to the very back of tab 30, right to where it goes to 31, you will see the various projects. And if you look at, for example,
Is that titled the summary of capital improvement plans? Is that the summary?
No.
No?
it does not, I'm not seeing a title on it, sir. It's just the last 2 pages before tab 31.
This one, okay. All right, one of those that I can't see. Okay.
You're just getting over it, Joe. That's all.
We have a handicap issue. I'm handicapped. I really do. I have a condition called degenerative macular degeneration. I'm losing my sight.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Fundamentally.
The
Okay.
larger one that Avery just handed out is the same.
Is it the exact?
It's updated.
It's a little updated in matches and stuff, but all the projects.
But we still need.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so.
so the second question, and I needed clarity on this.
First question asked.
Yeah,
Okay.
this sheet.
Okay,
And I just need to find the reference of D 230,
okay.
correct? I think that's-
D208.
D 208.
So
So
if
you
you,
mentioned
okay.
a figure of 75,000, I heard. Is that, did I understand that was the city's match that has not been paid?
That is
Did I
correct.
hear that?
That is correct.
Oh. So the match of 75,000, and to whom is that paid to?
It will be paid, so that is budgeted to the construction. It will be paid to the construction contractor, Southern Trenches Solutions. But it will be documented as a match commitment on my end and submitted to the GLO showing that the city has paid their full match commitment on this grant. When you were awarded this grant, when you applied for this grant, in order to part of the conditions of the grant was that the city agreed to pay this amount into the construction budget. And so we just got to make sure that actually happens and that we can show it to the GLO that it was paid and done.
And that should be paid first, and it's showing on the sheet that I have that it is allocated from ARPA. I would just need to verify that the ARPA funds also reflect that. So Mayor Pro Tem, if you look under the second heading, it says wastewater. And I'm on the last 2 sheets. I don't have the large sheet. But you can see D208 for the manhole sanitary sewer pipeline rehab, the 7.493.
Where's the 208? Oh, I
Yes,
see it
ma'am.
now, yes. Okay,
And it's a $7.4 million job with 74,000 and change as a city match. And then if you look at the next column, it says the city fund. It says it's coming from ARPA.
okay, so I have another follow-up. I would request, and I've requested this before even you, Shannon, and we've never got it. I want to see a list of all the manholes that were part of the project. I want to see a list of those that have been completed and what's still yet to be done. because you also mentioned, Shannon, that the manhole project required additional funding, and that's also the basis for our Texas Water Development loan to finalize the rest of the manholes. So I'm really looking, and I'm wearing my business hat. I really am. I mentioned this to council. I know what we need. I need this information. It's part of accountability to all of us, to all our community.
Mhm.
Work done, and what's the amounts? What's the scope of work that still remains? And let's keep it updated, please. No,
Yes.
yeah, well.
Yes. Do you want to, we need you by a microphone so the folks that are listening in can hear you. Welcome, Shannon.
You can do anything you want, Shannon.
You represent the city. So this next council meeting, we are bringing a change order to approve the remaining work that needs to be completed because there was money left over after the manholes were done. I did provide a list a couple months ago of work that has been done to that point. I got with my engineer the other day, and they are going to be updating the list, sending it to me, which I'll send you an updated list. But there was a list sent out of work that has been done. There was a map that showed, I printed it, sent it at the council meeting a couple of months ago. So that list is there. I can bring it back to y'all, but I will get the updated and also along with the work that needs to be completed.
And
Thank you.
the pipeline rehab, that's the other question I have.
Yes, sir.
In other cities, and I can pull you up some,
Mhm.
they're actually talking about number of miles that was the outcome of a project.
Yes, sir.
You probably have,
Yes, not
but
on that.
it's very visible.
Yes, sir.
What's the project? What was intended? X number of miles? What was completed?
Yes, sir.
What is yet to be done? And part of that is this council, all of us have asked this question.
Yes, sir.
Is it being done in conjunction with any anticipated or pending road work that we have so that we're not repeating,
Yeah.
going back? That's the other
Sure.
question I have there. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alex, you can proceed, sir. You're on item 3,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, and I'm just making sure I am taking notes to make sure I can get that information for Mayor Pro Tem and for the rest of council.
Thank you, sir.
In conjunction with Shannon and our engineer on the project. All right. Pull this up, make sure I got the right screen here. We are talking about the lift stations and wastewater treatment plant project. I know that I have spoken with to this group a couple of times at this point. The lift stations project, this is D223 as the last 4 on this one. This is a project for $48,904,004. The city match component is more. Well, not more than the last one. It is $490,000 at about a 10% match. We have not paid any of that either. The city has not paid into any of that either. Although Shannon and I have been talking about how we're going to break that up into some installments, because I imagine that close to $500,000 all at once might be tricky. In terms of the work being done on this project, we are finishing up a set of the first 3 lift stations. If this sounds familiar, please, tell me to, abbreviate or expand as needed. But yeah, about 3 lift stations or 3 lift stations are nearly done. We are working on the wastewater treatment plant. That project has mobilized since we were awarded that last month. We are, I guess that was awarded in June, actually, excuse me, it was August now. Yes, we are proceeding with that project where we got the utility lines moved for the wastewater treatment plant. And the next stage of that is to monitor the ongoing construction, as well as look to see what money is left over in the grant to be able to potentially add additional to this project so that we can have more of those built as a part of this project. Any, I can go into more, I can go into less. I will also say that the
Alex,
yes,
help us if you can.
sure.
To remember the CO bond of 2020. It looks like, let me see that again.
That's the match coming from that.
It looks like the match is supposed to come from the CO bond of 2020 between yourself and Ms. Nance. Recollect us what that bond was about. It was a CO bond, the council passed it. How much
Okay.
was it? What was the parameters of that bond? You might not be able to answer it right now, but if you can answer it before you leave us in this presentation, that would be great.
Let me,
Okay.
I don't have
Okay.
any information for that now, but I will send a few emails, and if I can get it for you before the end of this call, I absolutely will. If I cannot, I will follow up.
Ms. Nance, would you be
I'm
faster?
looking as well.
Okay.
FYI, Ms. Holly, you mentioned that the match on the 75,000, you had indicated that that was coming from the ARPA.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
say that?
So I'm going to need to get confirmation from staff or from Miss Ashley of when that changed from ARPA to the CO bond 2020, of who would know when.
I have all the ARPA. Well, we worked on it heavily at the end of the year. That is not on the ARPA list.
Okay, because the listing that I have that's in the budget book, which I don't know if you've been given that, is showing that the match is coming from ARPA.
That is incorrect.
Let's go back and let's understand what happened in these last few years.
Okay.
And we're starting this conversation without any casting of blame. But councils previous to this council were being recommended to, as much as we could, as we were getting grant fundings, those ARPA designations were changing. You remember that, Ms. Yancey? You remember that, Mayor Pro Tem? And so I believe a previous administration, as they were trying to gain grant funding from different sources to pay for some of these things, the ARPA project monies were fluid as far as the designations. And so that's why one sheet looks where ARPA is the match. And then in another rendition, ARPA is not the match. Because in that view, as many grants as we could have achieved to pay for as many of the items that we had to accomplish. That was the goal on a previous council with a previous city manager. That's why they may not look like they match. But if we go back, we can remember that's kind of how we were operating to get as much bang for our buck. And so you remember that, Ms. Ashley?
Yes, sir, which we accomplished very well.
We did a lot, but it can be confusing. And so I believe what Mayor Pro Tem is trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we now have a firm understanding of what's what and where it is, where everything is.
And I have
So,
the ARPA breakdown.
yeah.
And Mayor, if I could add on, really what I'm focused on is trying to understand this, and I was not on council, but coming on, the CO bond of 2020, which
Yeah.
would have been prior to that date, at least,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it's significant to note that according to this document, Alex, that you've listed, it's the 490,000, 75,000, 420,000, and $400,000 are all being shown as matches coming from this CO bond of 2020.
Yeah. Ms. Nance, do you have any information?
I have it in front of me. I'm just trying to scroll to the part where it tells us what you guys were actually supposed to spend it on.
Okay.
And
Whenever you
what's the
get that-
total amount of that bond?
Let me see. It's a very long document, so I'm trying to get through all the legal parts in the front. Give me just a few minutes and then I'll come back in. 2.4.
2.4, 2.5.
Clock is working.
The clock working.
I can see it.
Are you close, Miss Nance? Well, I tell you what, let's let Alex, and as soon as you have the answer, just wave at me, Miss Nance. Go ahead, proceed, Alex.
I do just want to point out that typically my role is, you tell me where the money usually comes from. I'm not usually very involved with the bonding and how you all choose to pay for things. We can help you figure out how to bill and move money around or do whatever you need to do to pay for your projects. But usually it's a you say jump, I say how high kind of situation with these. I'm not going to have as much information about the bonds and how that comes from, but I'm certainly willing to learn, and I'll get with Ms. Nance after this. I'm not coming up with anything right now on my end.
That's okay. We'll looking on our end. You are on.
Yes, and I'm here to help. I'm here to investigate and dig into it all. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves. So let me know how I can plug in, and I'm more than happy to help.
Absolutely.
So yeah, those are the 3 GLO projects that I am working on with y'all. The C287, D208 manholes and sewer lines. There's also D223, which is the lift stations and wastewater treatment plant expansion. The last project that I work on with y'all is a TDA project. This is the West Lawn project. Pulling up my little cheat sheet here. West Lawn project CDV 23-0327. This was for the grant award total was $500,000 flat, with a match local fund commitment from the City of La Marque to this total of $75,000 for a total funding amount of this project, $575,000. This project is darn near complete as far as construction is going. We have a few more administrative and engineering components to square up while we're wrapping up, but the project was to construct storm sewer system along Wisteria Street between Winding Way and Ross Street, which this couple I think it's about 1,600 linear feet of culvert pipe and inlets. So like I said, this project is largely complete. We do need to spend the city match component. We are having a slight snag on this project with the ability to bill, because we are, in order to bill on a TDA project, we need to have submitted the FY24 single audit and have that accepted at the Federal Clearinghouse. Since that is delinquent, I have not been able to bill with the TDA, but I believe that is on its way to being done. We will have that wrapped up and squared away, and we'll pay these bills retroactively. Not ideal, but far from the worst thing. And that is about all I have on that. But of course, I'm open to questions.
Alex,
Yes, sir.
I just don't know this abbreviation.
Yes.
UF, what is that?
Utility fund.
No, our utility fund, okay. Utility fund.
And I'm sorry, I don't have that document in front of me. So if you're referencing something, I might not, you'll just have to give me some context.
He's looking for, he was asking where our match is coming from. It says UFSW. UF, we assume, is utility fund. What does the SW stand for?
I will have to get with finance and find out what that is.
We already got that. We already got it, Alex.
Okay.
We're way ahead of you, man. I'm just teasing. It's a utility fund stormwater is what it is.
Fantastic.
And Mayor, I do have a question, and this is applicable to every one of them where I see professional fees, Alex, if you know, or maybe Miss Alice knows. When we say professional fees in these categories, who's in that group?
It could be, go ahead, Alex.
No, I'm happy to answer, happy to let Alice take this, whichever. Professional fees at least usually, Alice, you tell me, you jump in if I miss something here. Professional fees in my experience means engineers and grant administrators such as myself and Miss basically who that isn't is the contractor, the construction contractor.
And those professional fees don't go to you at GrantWorks, do they? Do they go to the engineering firm?
It's a split
It's a split between them.
So
And-
if we were,
and environmental.
so for example, if we're talking about $48.9 million and there's a $4.2 million professional fee, half of that goes to GrantWorks and half of that goes to
It
Adura.
may not be 50-50. The different grants allow certain percentages for grant administration, certain percentages for environmental, certain percentages for.
But what is true is a part of it is going to GrantWorks, but a part of it also is going to Adura.
That is specifically for D223, correct? Because it's gonna matter, because it's not always
Correct.
the same people on each grant. Okay.
Yeah, I just chose the biggest.
Sure,
professional.
sure. I have those exact grant categories and amounts for you. I will also say that the city excuse me, frog in my throat. The city contribution does not come out of the city contribution is used to pay only for construction fees. So you all are paying for the roads, the pipes, the manholes, the La Marque contribution. All of the professional fees for the grants that I manage come out of the grants themselves. So it is built in to the structure to having grants to all of this.
So let me follow up and then I thought of
Sure,
something.
sure.
So in this example that we use on this sheet, are you suggesting that all of that $4.2 million went to Adura?
I can tell you that's probably what, let me get I'm pulling that same sheet up on my end. And I will tell you what I am seeing, but I imagine if that is what they are budgeted, that is what they will be paid.
Mayor, while we wait for that, there was some questions about why would we not see that $49 million in our accounts? And it's because that money never hits our account. It's always paid after the bill has accrued. And then we've got what, Miss Ashley, like 7 to 10 days to pay that back. But we don't physically contain that 49 million. The bill gets generated from the contractor and then the government puts
Once
that
the
money in
government-
just long enough for it to pay it back out.
You know, Miss Ashley, let's put this to bed for all of our community members.
Yes, sir.
You are a grants expert, correct?
Expert, yes.
And so you're gonna be able to tell us how grants work and how cities get grants and how the money goes and flows, right?
Yes, sir.
What Ms. Holly said is, I think, something that we as a community may not understand in totality. Somehow we think these monies come into the city and then Joe and Kiera, you know, they all can maneuver the monies around.
Correct.
But is that how grants actually work? Would you put
No,
a
sir.
microphone, put that microphone right up to you? There it is.
No, sir. The way it is done is milestone billing. If GrantWorks gets the notice to proceed, they're paid 10%. Then what they will do is then turn around, bill the GLO at that milestone. The city will then be paid, we'll get an automatic deposit for the amount that we billed. And then we have usually 5 to 7 days to cut a check for that amount to whomever, whether it's contractor, construction, environmental, engineering, to whomever we build the milestone to, goes directly back out. So it is a complete in and out.
It is a pass-through.
Correct.
What departments, what folks are responsible for that?
Usually, Public Works, and we'll get work orders or draw requests. And then they go between here, yourself can sign, finance director can sign, city manager can sign, 2 people sign it. It's sent back to the grantor, and then that's when they cut the check.
What we're not signing checks. We're signing the
Pay request.
pay
saying,
request
yes. we
from
can
the
pay
invoice
Correct.
of the contractor who completed the work.
Correct. And then you do sign the check once.
Whoever, there you go.
Once.
There you go. But the money's not just in our account somewhere.
No, sir.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
The best example of all of this, and I carry it around with me, is our submission for the Texas Water Development Board loan.
Yes, sir.
It broke out, and that's the first time that I have seen in 6 years such clarity on all of the payments to all the different entities. They were approved by the grantor meaning the person that has the pool of money. They said, yeah, this is consistent with guidelines that we have. And I'm sure Mr. Lowry knows that in his business, right? The budgeting, they've set aside X amount for the concrete or product or things. But in that, I would like to see, this is me, that same accountability on all of these, on all of our grants.
And a
So
budget.
that we know, we can, this is, and as Mayor said too, the money is not anything that we ever physically, it's a pass through. In the nonprofit world, we may remember this, Miss Yancey, we have entities that are called fiscal agents.
Correct.
And they're just asking as a pass through
Correct.
for grants and different nonprofits as well too.
Yes,
But they never are physically used by that entity.
the city does not make
And
money.
the city was not involved
Yeah.
in establishing these determining, oh yeah, this company is going to get this and this and this.
Everything's put out to bid.
Standards.
Everything's put out to
Put
bid.
out on that side.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's,
We are what's called a council manager form of government. The council has no administrative duties, nor do we remotely go anywhere near any grant funding. These are pieces of information the public needs to know so that the conversations in our community are truthful. We are a council manager form of government, no administrative duties, no reason for us to be doing anything with any grant funding or any funding otherwise. We wanted to state that and make that very clear. Ms. Nance, did you have any information on 2020?
Yes, so it looks like there is, sorry, I clicked out of it for just a second. A little over $2.3 million in that account. It is $2,325,978.48.
would you,
One
Go
more
back.
time.
Go ahead.
that 2020 CO. So first, I would like to know, what was the total amount of the CO?
That one might take me a few more minutes to get to. I can show you where it's at now and then give me a little bit more time and I'll tell you the other part.
Okay. That's for.
I'll, Mayor, if I may add,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
it also for city accountability council reasons, procurement. We follow 2 CFR 200. It's put out to public bid. We write an RFP, RFQ, construction bid. However, whatever services we are, we advertise it. It's posted on the website. People then have a due date to ask questions, we answer the questions within that time frame. Then the bids due. Kiera's office then has a bid opening in the sense of if it's a construction bid, you give the whom bid the amount they bid, and that's it. Then we internally form a committee of 3 to 4 people, and it's administrative, whether, a public works person, usually we get a non-biased person per se. A lot of city managers haven't graded in the past that I've dealt with, but some like to grade. And then just a complete outsider. Then everybody grades them individually. Collectively, it's brought back. Council has no say-so in who is awarded.
Make that really clear in the microphone again,
Has
really
no
strong.
say-so who is awarded. Whether it's a grant administration, construction, of course, is done off lowest. Then engineering's done off of qualifications. So it's completely out of y'all's hands. It's handled on administrative side.
So Ms. Griffin has no bearing on that. Ms.
Correct.
Yancey does not. Mr. Bell does not. Mr. Compion does not.
Correct.
Mr. Lowry does not.
Correct.
One
The
more time.
only- If I could just, the only touch point you have is the actual voting on awarding those contracts once we present that information to you. The only.
And that's it.
And that's after disinterested parties that we know, we have no knowledge of, makes those grades.
Correct.
We want to be very clear because there's a lot of disinformation that has been going on in our community based on foolishness. It cannot happen. Those things have never happened. I've been here 20 years. James has been here. James comes up here and talks about, you know, we need to make sure we have a finance director, and we need to, one thing he's never said was anybody on this dais has ever had any misdealings with any funding as it relates to the city. And so we want to put that to bed today and right now. Now, we're going to keep digging, and we're going to keep finding the answers that all council wants, that Joe is leading us to get. I appreciate my friend Joe. But we wanted to put that to bed because that's half the battle in this city. These conspiracy theories
Mayor,
cannot happen.
I'd like to say something.
These conspiracy theories cannot happen. Yes, sir.
I think a better way to say this would be should not have control or anything, not do not, but should not. And I don't want to give, I think we're misleading the public when we say that we do not, we're a council form of government. That means there's things we should not do. That doesn't mean that people are not currently actively have been involved in practices that are against the city charter. So I want to be very clear that it does happen. It has happened. And I have recordings of it happening if anybody would like those. That's it.
Well, my friend from District C, seems like you should take that to the district attorney. And until then, we're going to keep doing our business here. We know what the program calls for. We know how the policy works.
That's what I was about to
You
say.
take whatever you
I'll
need to
move.
take to the district attorney, and he will do his job. And until then, we're going to do our job. Joe, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, and like as I said, I'd love to see that same format that was on the Texas Water Development on all of these projects. So
And
that
we could
we're.
probably pull them out the
I-
original
I-
application.
And all of us up here join me in saying this. There's nothing that we want to hide. I don't even like
Absolutely.
executive sessions. I said that over and over. I don't even like that if we were permitted to, but the state has established certain parameters that make sense on real estate and things of that nature, security and discussions with attorneys. Now, let me ask you real quick, and Alex, I don't know if it's you, but or whomever, maybe Shannon once again. We're trying to all of us get Mahan Park opened, and that's in my area. And it's the work that's been done out there. Please go by, take a look at it.
Mhm.
It was very restful.
Yeah.
And I saw families out there fishing off to the side. And yet that damn fence was there. And I almost had my revolutionary back colonial angel popped up. I wanted to just go take some wire cutters and cut down that. But what's it going to take for us to do that? Finally.
So we, at the last meeting, I mentioned that we were waiting on the windstorm documentation, the windstorm insurance. That's been taking a little bit longer than we originally thought it would. We had to reseal the construction package to send to the engineers that are working on it at the moment. So I was just informed last week that hadn't been taken care of. They're going to be.
That had not?
That it had.
That
Yes,
had.
it had. So they're finalizing. Once that specific part is done, we're good to open. We just cannot open it. Technically, it's still under the contractor's insurance, and we are not allowed to open that boat ramp until this last finalized part is completed.
Yeah.
And
What's
once
your
that's
time
done,
frame?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to file our final report, and Texas Parks and Wildlife comes and does a site interview look. I know we're waiting on picnic tables to arrive as well.
So if we can protect our council from any kind of revolutionary actions, can we do that as quickly as possible?
Can we what? I'm sorry.
Protect the council from revolutionary actions. Let's please do that as
Oh,
quickly
yes,
as possible.
I just have to, once everything's completed, I have to submit, we've had several work order changes because we came in under budget. So we added the picnic tables back in. So they were at least 75% paid for. I submit all that and then they'll issue a date, I guess, to meet Shannon out there and do a full walkthrough and sign off and we're good.
Perfect.
Shannon,
Yes, sir.
and both of you are talking about windstorm. Windstorm, I associate windstorm with my roof, but
Because-
why is windstorm on a boat ramp?
Because we have the canopies out there.
a roof.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
So if we never would have put them there, we probably could have opened this boat ramp.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Come,
Miss, yeah,
That
Miss,
is gonna
Miss,
be
Miss,
none of
Miss
the
Hobby,
programming.
don't be shy. Come
we
on.
can hear you. But just in case those folks that are listening can't hear you, we need to have you approach a microphone. Welcome, Miss Hobby.
The awnings are extremely expensive. With that, we like to have insurance coverage on them. We have insurance coverage on the awnings at Highland Bayou Park. These are the same type of awning structures. So with that, we want to have the insurance. Because of that, and because of having, the same structures that we have, we're actually looking at reimbursements coming in from FEMA, from crossing our Ts and dotting our Is for Highland Bayou.
Very good.
So that's the reason why we're waiting for the WPIA.
That's good practices on that
So,
side. So
we're-
that's the reason. It's not the boat ramp itself.
No,
It happens to do with the awnings that we have. We want to maintain them. We want people to be out of the sun, children especially. And so as soon as that paperwork is cleared, you anticipate in 3 weeks?
yes, sir, because what we have not, we just ordered the picnic benches, or we're working on the purchase order for them. For the picnic benches, we did not want to put them out there to invite people out there to be under the awnings just yet until everything is completely covered.
Okay.
And so once that's ready, the picnic benches come in, we plan in groundbreaking within the next 3 weeks.
Let me ask you then, after the project is signed off by the Texas Parks and Wildlife, are we continuing insurance on those awnings? That becomes part of our city's
Yes, sir.
with TML
Yes, sir.
insurance?
Yes, sir.
It's the property insurance.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, very good.
Thank you, Ms. Hobby.
I have your answer for your 2020 CO. Sorry, it's
All
a
right, what
little,
you got?
took a little digging. It was 18,750,000.
I'm terrible. But
18,750,000.
18 million.
What were the parameters of that, if you have them, Ms. Nance?
A very long document that I had to go through. Sorry.
You hadn't went through it yet?
Not all of it. It's like 45 pages.
Oh,
Would
Well,
you repeat
I
where
can
we
just
are?
send it
Keep
to you.
researching and wave your hand when you're ready.
What is our current amount? Was it 2,323,000?
Let me flip screens. $2,325,978.48.
Thank you.
978.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Alex, before we turn this over to Miss Ashley, you said you had 4 projects. Have you updated us on all 4?
I have. Yep. There was C287 Wisteria, D208, which is the storm sewer, or sorry, that was the sanitary sewer and manholes. And then we have D223, which is the lift stations and the wastewater treatment plant expansion. Those are all 3 of the GLO projects. And there's the 4th project, which is TDA, CDV 23-0327. That is the storm sewer and culvert project off of that is west. That's west. Let me make sure. There's Wisteria and there's West Lawn, and sometimes I get mixed up. Give me 1 second. I named it right the first time. So that one says TDA is Wisteria, CDV C287 is West Lawn. And those are all 4 of mine. Sorry for botching my summary.
No, you're good. You're good. Sit tight, Alex, in case we have any more questions for you. Miss Ashley, this is where you jump in, yes?
Head first.
I'm sorry.
Before Ashley, I want to stick on the CO. If I did my numbers right, it appears that from our contribution on the match, that's gonna come out to approximately a little over $1 million, Alex, if I did my addition right. And Miss Nance indicated that the remaining balance is 2.3 million. So there's some
money's there.
monies there. I'm just making a note, right? And that's why, Miss Nance, I would like to see the uses under the CO.
Well, we
Yeah.
do have two coming out of the stormwater fund.
Sorry?
We do have two right now coming out of the stormwater utility fund.
To
If-
what, Miss Ashley?
Two matches, I'm sorry, one for 89.9 and one for 75. If we wanted to move that and save that money in the utility fund,
Well, it
Say that
depends
to us
upon
really
the
slow.
uses.
I'm sorry. We have two matches right now. One is 89,950 and one is
Coming out of the CO 2020.
No, we have them coming out of currently the stormwater utility fund.
Okay.
We could switch them to the 2020 CO if y'all would rather save that money
The
in your.
utility fund monies. Oh, I get what you're saying. I just connected with y'all.
Correct.
However, that is conditional if it's permitted under the document that Miss Nance. is
They're
gonna send us.
stormwater projects.
They are?
Yes.
Well, I
Oh.
want to see that. Not that I don't believe you, but I need to read it.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
So, good, Alex.
Just by my math, Mayor Pro Tem, so there are two projects. Just double checking my math before I speak. The total outstanding match on the projects that I manage across everything is $520,000. So it's actually closer to, there's two that are at 70. Oh, wait, hold on. I did that wrong. Stop. 25. Sorry, it's 640. I made up a number on my calculator and it was wrong. So we have $75,000 on two projects, which is 150. And then there is $490,000. So adding those together, you get $640,000. That is the total outstanding match commitment, regardless of where it's coming from. I'm not entirely, like I said, I'm not always plugged in of where that's coming from on the city side, but that is what we have to pay to appease the conditions of those grants for those agencies.
But, Alex, aren't you missing one? You're missing I'm looking at this sheet and there are 4 items that are listed here that are coming from the CO bond match. There's
I don't have that sheet.
One's already paid out, the Mary Melody West Lawn.
Oh, yes, that has already been paid out.
That's a zero.
Oh, that's a 0.
Yes, sir. If you see, there's total grantor, total project, total grantor share, remaining city share, original city share.
Are you on the big sheet?
Understand.
Yes.
Big sheet. So I need to go back to this line,
So remaining,
remaining city share.
correct.
So I understand. Okay. Very good. So that even puts us in a better situation on
You
remaining
know
balance.
what? Like I said, this is what I'm pulling up from my screen in real time. What I would like to do, and probably make this a standing practice, I would love to come to council meetings once a month or as often as you'd like me to, and give you these updated the presentations, give you the breakdown. I'll take a look at whatever presentation materials you were referencing that you really liked, set it up that way, and I will give you a monthly update in person if that would help you clear these things up. And that will give me some time to prepare for these and be, have it all up there in a way, and I can answer the questions about it probably a lot better.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let you back in, Joe. I think that'd be the way to go, Alex.
Yeah.
So that we can keep putting out correct information
Yes.
to our community.
This
so
is
that-
also all what was obligated for the TDA. Sorry, all that was required that you all were obligated to use. I believe this is not accounting for the additional money that we kicked in to make the Wisteria drainage project. I think there was an additional $70,000 that we added there. like I said, I'm gonna put all this together in a project. I'm gonna outline the timelines of when we all talked about this. You all authorize that money in addition, it's okay. But let me just make sure that that all gets put into a timeline and a way that I can present that to you that all makes sense. So I just, yeah.
I appreciate your offer, Alex, and the
Yes.
city manager. I and members of council as well too. I would urge us to make sure that Alex is included on all of these. She has the historic, Alex, not
Alice,
Alex.
Alex.
That's Alex.
Yeah.
That Miss Ashley is included in these presentations
Sure.
because we, as you know, we're 5 unique individuals and we jump different topics. I would just ask that that be a collaboration, because I think that's one of the weaknesses that we had with the past city manager. That system broke down and we need to get it back, the train back on the track. That's what.
Yeah.
I'm all for accurate information and consistent information.
Absolutely.
At this specific point in time, can I make a comment on the CO bond that's pertaining to another project that are not bonds? I know usually our meetings, we can't, but I do have a meeting later on today. I can bring that up.
No, you're fine. Yeah.
It's not on the, this.
But you're talking about a bond?
The CO bond.
Yeah, so we are talking about,
So I'm about to throw a huge wrench into all this and I apologize.
Before you talk, I'm, testaduda here. Are you, when you say bond, are you referring to something that impacts this 2020
Yes,
CO
sir.
bond?
yeah.
Yes,
sir.
all right, so
That is-
So
so-
I'm ready to write. Okay.
At the first council meeting in June or July, I have brought to y'all a project that is a set project for the rehab of the existing wastewater treatment plant that we are being required by TCEQ to get done. Rehab of the headworks, rehab of the chemical plant, the chlorine SO2. With that, we were going to be paying that project out of the 2020 CO bond. I have been asking previous administration for the past 4 or 5 months for this information. I know for a while Miss Ashley was taken out of the process for whatever reason. That was not given to me at all. I did not. My first time seeing this information of that we had already planned to allocate some of this money to this 2020 bond, I saw right before this meeting even took place. The only thing I was aware of was that 75,000 coming out of DT 223. The rest of this information. So when we came to this meeting in July, we mentioned that the project is going to be an estimated. We're about to go out for bid. We're supposed to do bid openings next week. It's going to be about $1,900,000, which is going to take a huge chunk out of money that's already been allocated, which I was just made aware of. And now that's throwing a wrench into all this because now we are using money for a set project that has been allocated to other projects. And I just wanted to make council aware. The moment I found out about this, that was my intentions to come today and make sure that was, and y'all started talking about this 2020 bond and how much money we're going to have left over. But as of now, there's nothing. So,
Yeah. Okay.
We'll talk about
Yes, ma'am.
this.
I'll retract my statement of switching it from the stormwater.
that's why when you started doing that, I was like, no, that's not.
Did you want to?
Yes.
Let me, when I leave today, I'm going to have this information with me
Good.
going.
That's what I would reemphasize. Miss Alice Ashley needs to be part of our process. She predates even me and probably not married so many different, but with the police department and grants and things of this nature. But having said that, I appreciate your being this upfront on this.
Oh, yeah.
I will also say this, that I don't think any of us up here are in a position to give you guidance. I would really urge that you sit down with Miss Ashley and our city manager and the finance as well too, to figure out. I believe, having said that, I believe we have it covered, but we just have to figure out.
Yeah, we just have to straighten it out.
Which pool.
Yeah,
Okay?
very good. Were you done,
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Pro Tem?
That's all.
Ms. Ashley, you were right about to dive in.
Y'all want,
Did you say head first?
I mean, head belly flop. Your feet first. Do y'all want to keep Alex on? I don't know if y'all want to let him go. If
He can just, Alex, are you busy?
I tell you what, I will go off. And if I hear my name again, I will pop back on
Yes.
camera.
That's a good deal. If you hear us calling, just jump back in.
Okay, let's stick with public
Public
works.
What
just
what
because
sheet are you on, Ms. Ashley?
The very front, I'm under stormwater.
Gotcha.
The stormwater management plan is also being handled by GrantWorks, but it is an HMGP project. So Alex is not doing that. Attico is doing the stormwater management plan. They're about 20% into it. So there's not much to really tell. We have not spent we have not paid anything towards our match yet.
Yeah.
Again, it's just kind of kicking off. Any
Okay,
questions?
once again, I see it here. Clarity for all of us. I think that's always lacking. We see the titles, but all of us, remember, today used to be 8 times we'd finally stick. Today, the latest statistics say a message has to be repeated 22 times before people understand that this is in fact the message and the truth. Because we get hit with all sorts of stuff every day, but 22 times before this is the reality. Okay.
All sorts of stuff.
Do I have to
so-
say 20%, 22 times?
Sorry.
We are 20%. I'm
No,
only
no,
saying.
I understand, but we get it in writing. But the scope of work, like once again, miles of stormwater.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get a brief description of what that project's about. Yeah.
And I don't need it now. I
Okay,
want to see
yeah.
it, or
Okay.
we can share it all.
We do have a meeting next Thursday on just continuing the process of getting this implemented, so. But
And I say this is important because as we get into budget season, so you guys know, I go take a look at other cities, and I shared this with Ms. Holly, and I've shared some of these documents with members of council, and I see what they're able to accomplish. The new software, by the way, was as a result of one of these cities, the budget side, right? And hopefully, we're going to have a new look for budget in the future, right, Ms. Monica? And it will actually be providing us this information. How many miles have we repaved? How much stormwater? All of that, we're all interested in knowing that.
Yeah.
On that side. So we're trying to do a better job, residents. We're just trying to do a better job.
Really quickly, Shannon, the project that Ms. Ashley was just referring to, give us a brief description on what that project is.
So the stormwater management plan is just kind of implementing, as of now, our stormwater, I guess, plan in general. There really wasn't much there. We're working with Attico right now. They're putting together maps, so we will have information of mileage in the city, just kind of plans for the future, what we're gonna capital improvement projects, stuff like that, all pertaining to stormwater.
Very good.
This is two things. One's an update of sorts to the council and our community, but this is a question. When we talk about stormwater, we know that our challenges with our sewer system, where it's over capacity, is that we have seepage of stormwater
Yes, sir.
into our system. That's accurate.
That's correct.
We've heard that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's what causes then
That is correct.
this overflow that's occurring at our older manholes, correct? Or does it occur with the new ones as well? Because I asked that, and I have it, it's on tape. We were
Yeah.
told that would not happen.
It shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't happen. The newer manholes are overflowing. I think we have one that we are aware of that I
At
made aware.
Partridge.
Yes, sir, that we made aware to the
I
contractor.
video of it.
Yes, sir. And it was because there was a break in the seal. So they're going to be coming back to replace that one. There's also another one on DeRoe that had the same issue, brand new manhole that shouldn't be overflowing. Now, when we have our SSOs, depending on, and I know it's but depending on what side of the city it's on is usually the cause of it. When you have the immediate area around the treatment plant, all that area is gravity fed. When those pumps go down, you're not pumping out of that gravity system, and we start overflowing in that immediate area, which is including areas you've talked about, DeRoe. We are working currently with the system they've installed there, and I'll update Ms. Holly on this whenever we have our meeting. Never should have been put there. We've been dealing with this for about 5 years. We've actually made more headway now than we've ever done before, and we're pretty confident. We've been working with the contractors. They've been working with us on getting these issues fixed. I've been working with Brent on solutions to just real brief, without going into the details of that. The pumps installed there are cannot pump below 25 feet, and our wet well is 30 feet. So we can't pump that wet well all the way down. So we're looking at installing submersible pumps, backup pumps. And so we are working on correcting a lot of these SSO issues. On the other side of town, that's not in that immediate area, those backups are due to either I&I or the inflow and infiltration, or lift stations that may have went down. So it just depends on the
Question then.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that the reason why there's a new lift station being finally constructed and almost finalized on Volney,
Yes, sir.
where we had raw sewage coming out
Yes,
into and draining into the bayou over there?
That is correct. That's one of the reasons why, that's also one of the older lift stations. We've been running on one Frankenstein pump. That's the best way to put it, because they came previously and just got parts and put it together to get it running again for a long time. That was why that was one of our priorities when it came to these lift
And
stations.
what I saw, because I drive by there 3 times a week, I'm watching
Yes,
it.
sir.
And I saw for the first time that they had brought over generators that
Yes.
appeared to be part of the permanent installation. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. They're actually natural gas bypass pumps, not generators. Some of the lift stations we will be doing either generators, natural gas bypass pumps, or quick connects. Moving forward, any lift station we upgrade is going to come with a backup. Right now, the majority of our city does not have that, but when we are talking about planning, every lift station we do from now on is going to have. Not only is it good practice, it's mandatory now. So
Well, that's good. Texas, New Mexico, and Center Point can be out of service,
Yeah.
but we're going to keep our
Yes.
crap moving,
Yes, sir.
right?
That's right. That's the plan. That's
Okay, amen. Praise the Lord on
Hmm.
that one. Okay, so I'm going to go on, continuing to the stormwater. Other cities, and I'm looking at them, they do have a significant stormwater budget. What I've noticed on Texas Avenue, I just saw it this 2 days ago when we had the, I guess, the rainfall early in the morning. Right there in front of the new high school, the construction, they have they installed a new, I guess, stormwater drainage, right there. It was completely blocked. Where is that drainage going to?
Some of the retention pond.
No, not the retention. It's you know, on the road where you have the holes along the
Oh, the
side.
grates. Oh, I know. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
those where the water's
The
supposed to go.
inlets?
Yes,
Yeah.
the inlets.
I don't have the answer right now, but I can get it for you. As mentioned with the stormwater management plan, we do not have maps of our stormwater system. So all our work right now is guesswork
Oh,
when
my.
we're going. So that's a part of this plan. I've been working with Attico. We've also been talking with DD2. We're working on this interlocal agreement with them.
Yeah.
They do have some maps that they've provided. They're not all accurate or always a part of the system that we've had. So those are steps we've taken, but right now there are no maps of our stormwater system.
So let me ask you then, these inlets,
Yes, sir.
they're not connected to our sewer system, are they?
No, sir.
That there's a separate
Yes, sir.
tubing or
Yeah.
culverts?
Yeah. They'll
Under-
either eventually make it to Highland Bayou, or they'll eventually make it over to right there off of Main Street. They have this little bridge there that the stormwater, they have all those big basins that we that DD2 recently cleaned out. So it eventually either goes that way or goes towards Highland Bayou.
Okay, all right. So where does the stormwater soup and
Retention pond.
no, where does the stormwater seep into our sewer system?
It's either through broken manholes, broken pipes, cracked pipes. I mean, water is going to always seep underground. And
Where
why
it
it's seeping
finds-
underground, or if it's building up next to a manhole and you have a hole in the bottom, it'll go into there. So that's just a broken. Another way we fix. These are things we're working on, especially with this 9 million that we're going to be getting. Is this project with the manholes we've done only touched manholes. We never touched any of our pipe system for the collection system. But with this the next project we're doing, we'll be working on a lot of our piping systems and the collection system.
You
And
know that,
would-
you know that commercial on TV where you see the guy take that product
Oh,
and he glues
the
together
flex-
Oh,
that
yeah.
boat?
yeah, the flex
And he
system.
says, this will never leak. And
Yeah.
I hope that we take that product and put it on the top of every one of the new manholes.
Gonna take a
So that
little,
there won't be any more of the stuff
Might
coming
end
up.
up in your house and not flow.
Oh, yeah, but that's
The-
another issue, the backflow preventer.
The old
That's-
manholes used to have like thumb
Yeah.
where you could pick it up.
Yeah.
And so if the water got high enough, it would
Yeah.
inflow. That's one of those I's of
Yeah.
I for inflow
Oh,
and infiltration, because it just would go into those thumb holes. They don't do those anymore.
Mm.
And that's why you also see
Yeah.
the manhole covers way up out of the
High,
ground
yeah,
now.
high.
Yeah.
And we do still have a lot of manholes that are lower that still has that design in our streets specifically. But those we'll have to, when we do replace those, we'll have to move those out of the way because they're right there in the middle of the street.
That was the other question. We have new manholes and I see the older one that's still there. It's not, but it's not being used.
No, sir.
It's disconnected
Yes,
from
sir.
the, okay. That's all I have right now.
you on the road, Joe? Do we need to
I took
buy
my vi-
tickets?
I took my vitamin B. report.
Walk in with a pep in his step.
He's coming alive, isn't
That
All of
brain
these
is fully
jokes.
functioning.
he? Jokes
Fully
by Joe.
functioning, Joe. Okay.
Well, last time it was Tanya, now it's you. Huh? All right, we're gonna have one eyesight between us, huh? Ms. Ashley, you were proceeding, I think you were on West Lawn.
What West Lawn we talked about earlier.
Okay.
We're 99% done. We're just, Alex and I are working on some closeout paperwork. The next thing you have underwater is the phase 1 2-inch water line, E168. That is a GLO project. Public management is handling that. They are also about 20%. They just put the construction bid out. I don't know if they've.
Yeah,
broken ground
the
yet.
contracts were just signed. So
So-
I'm gonna pick those contracts up today and we're gonna be having a pre-construction meeting here shortly to get that project moved forward.
That's that. Congressional allocation is a mess. I'll back up just a little history on the Goodman Corporation.
Where you at, Ms. Ashley?
Still underwater, the FY24 water line
Okay.
replacement.
Oh, okay. I see the congressional earmark. Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Yes, sir. This whole thing became a mess and I inherited it. Goodman Corporation wrote this. It was an allocation, but we still had to be project specific, but we were allocated money.
This is the one from Randy Weber's office.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Mr. Rick was still here and then things just got a little crazy with turnovers and all that. There's a software DRGR system and you can't just do like a reset password on it. And Mr. Rick had locked it down. So it's interesting. To get our contract, I have to get in this system. Well, to get in this system, we have literally written letters to the federal government because if it had a reset password, hey, I could get IT to check Mr. Rick's email and we could reset the password and roll. But he was the only user in it. I have issued probably 3 letters total requesting this password so I have the paperwork that needs to be uploaded, just our tax documents, etc., to issue the contract. I just need to get in the system. So I put a call into a person we got an email from last week about it. So needless to say, nothing is going on with this project right now, other than me trying to get a stock.
Is that a contact inside of Congressman Weber's office?
No,
So
sir,
he has
it's
no-
through the HUD,
Gotcha.
like federal.
So what, I'm sorry. On that one, there's a match of the 400,000,
Yes, sir.
and that is also from this 2020 CO, which you didn't know about, huh? Okay.
Right now, we don't have anything in all
Yeah,
actuality,
yeah, it's
so,
not,
but
do
this
we,
one was-
are we in danger of this money being taken back?
I hope not. No, like I said, I have proof where we've sent letters over the
Okay.
months trying. I think JB had kind of taken it over for a little while, and then again, I wasn't on the email list, but Shannon forwarded me an email last week. So I actually got a contact person and started calling.
That's how I was made aware, and that's when I got.
I'm just, this is just a stupid me question,
Yes.
but why can't we just pick up the phone and call Rick? And,
I did,
oh, you did, all right?
tried. He didn't.
Nothing.
He
That's-
didn't have it.
yeah.
I mean, I talked to him. He just did not.
He did not.
He didn't know his son.
We can definitely, I believe it was week before last, I was at a mayor's roundtable with Congressman Weber,
Weber.
thanking him for this money. And we can definitely probably through his office achieve your goals. Once they are aware that the monies that they earmarked are being frozen by
Just a
lack of a password. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you want to go, do y'all want an update on any of these text dot sidewalk?
All of them.
Yeah.
But before you do that, Ms. Tanya.
No, I do.
Is that what, okay,
Mhm.
yes, ma'am.
Have an update.
SH3 started?
They started off of Main Street. I know that. They haven't started on Highway 3. Well, they started on Highway 3. They haven't started on the bridge yet, and they haven't started on the
Wisteria.
Wisteria. Those two haven't.
What about?
I
Main
do
Street?
know, yeah, Main Street, they started because they've started putting the lights out there. Y'all see those brand new lights that popped up. Going down Main Street, and then also they already broke ground. They broke ground a while back. They were trying to actually start when we were doing our water line project down that street, but they were having to wait for us to complete our project before they could come in and start. So Main Street and Highway 3 have started there.
And if I'm not mistaken, E168 and the text dot are running into,
Yeah.
yeah, the street lights and the E168 project are on top of each other. So they've been having to work with text dot a lot.
To move around, yeah.
Logistics.
Yeah, sure. Mayor Pro Tem.
You alluded to streetlights. You just, council, I did have a meeting yesterday, as I promised, with the Texas, New Mexico on the licensing agreement. We're gonna work out things, save ourselves $6,000. And very cooperative. They have a small staff. Their director was here, Miss Pauline, and great. It turns out the guy that runs it, I know the family from Galveston. They used to have Queen's Barbecue, his uncle and
Oh,
stuff.
wow.
So,
Baked potatoes, right?
yeah, right.
Man.
But interesting item. I asked him, you mentioned street lights. Those new lights that TxDOT put along Texas Avenue, all the way from like Saltgrass working this way up till about, I think, Main Street. No, Lake Road, about Lake Road. I asked them, because we pay the the City of La Marque, which,
Mhm.
by the way, FYI, I don't see that as a line item for our cost for the lights.
It should be under the electrical budget. I haven't seen that yet.
Okay, I was looking for that after
Okay.
this. But I asked them, who's gonna pay for the bill when those lights come on? And when are they coming on? They knew nothing about those lights. And that's in the Texas, New
That's-
Mexico. On this side, near Saltgrass, that's Center Point. So I would just put it in your little notes that might be a follow-up when you, who's, because they're really nice lights and they're gonna,
I
for
believe text
LED.
dot picked that up. This is their baby.
okay.
We'll let Shannon.
Yeah, if it's a long text dot right away, it should not impact us.
No.
Correct.
You said that if it's a long text dot, I'm just saying it so you don't have to get up. If it's a long text dot right away, it should not impact us. That-
If
Ms.
it's
Thompson.
their facility, if it's what they call on system, they pay for their own.
They pay for their, but like I said, it's still through the electric provider, which is Texas, New Mexico.
But is it within TxDOT right away?
Yes,
Then TxDOT picks it up.
Here's my point. Did you hear it? Texas, New Mexico did not even know about those streetlights.
So you just added a bill to TxDOT that they would have gotten for free.
Well, oh, I don't know.
Well, John.
The utility companies do nothing.
Miss like,
Shannon, where are sidewalks going on Highway 3?
They are just going down, yeah, they're going down yeah, it's, if you look out there, you'll see where they've already started breaking ground. But right there, on the easement, they're just going down, on either side. Yeah, so. And, and once
This
again,
is
that's
Highway 3
Yes, ma'am.
sidewalk.
yes, and it's a, yeah.
Street.
And it
Okay.
is a TxDOT project, so it's.
I was
done
because I was
correctly.
saying Highway 3 already has a sidewalk. I was just curious where it was gonna go. It's somewhere else.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I
Go
do
ahead,
have a
Jim.
question. You're going back. I was looking at this. Livable communities up under the project at the top, which you have listed as a Texas Parks and Wildlife, right?
That's AARP.
The livable, oh, I'm sorry, AARP,
Mhm.
livable, is that the walking?
No,
No, what is that?
no, sir. Okay, so a living community is a certification that we get. We have over 45% of our population is over the age of 45.
Okay,
So it is a certification I'm working on with AARP. There's only a handful of cities in the state of Texas that even have this. We'll have to write a quote unquote master plan, which at first intimidated me till they sent me the city of Houston's and it was about 10 pages. So I was like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, never
Yeah.
mind. So it is something that I am working directly with AARP. We will become a certified living community. And it just means that we're, senior friendly.
senior friendly.
And it
Yeah.
will open us up for more grants.
Grants.
So that's the reason behind getting the certification.
And there's a distinction between that livable communities versus the Houston Galveston Area Council project, which is the livable centers project.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can talk about that
That's
later.
page 2.
Yeah, all right, thank you. My clarity.
Proceed, Ms. Ashton.
Since we're up at the top, I'll just go down. NRPA is, I'm not sure. Again, I'm sorry. A lot of stuff was taken away during our 6-8 month transition. I'm trying to track down where some of these were divvied up and to whom they were divvied up. So I'm working on that. I'm going to have to get with different department heads and stuff on a lot of the community grants because JB did split them up and I got taken off of communications and whatnot. So I am trying to, I know some of them, but a lot of the smaller community matches I got left out of. I mean, you can ask Shannon or anybody. I got left off communications or was told, the grantors were told not to communicate with me, which was embarrassing, but I've lost touch of them. So
Yeah.
I'm working on that. Then the bike audit, of course, was mine and Miss Tanya's baby. Completed. And we are going to, I think at the last Parks Board meeting, Mayor Pro Tem, we talked about striping, using that money to stripe crosswalks, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's what we'll be using that money towards. The game time, the Highland Bayou Park is completed. Then JC West Lawn completed. All right, and then I think we finished page 1.
Good.
I have a question about page 1 since
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
moving. The Oak Street Bridge replacement, do you know when that is gonna start?
I don't. I can
Okay.
find out. I have been talking with Din from Attico on that project. I know we have been in works with I forgot the name, but I can get that information.
You don't have to find out. I'll give you some more time.
Oh, I do have a follow-up of removing pages, and I see you've kind of split these up. These seem to be, the first page that you went over were usually state or some other
Right.
municipal funding.
To the right, you'll see, to the far right, you'll see type of funding. and it's whether it's competitive, manufacturer, which gain
Yeah.
time, then
Yeah.
competitive and allocation, competitive
But
allocation.
that's not my question. My question is, when will we start seeing on a list the streets for the county bond, the last bond?
It was in when Mayor Pro Tem, and I've talked to Ms. Kiera about it. When Shannon and them do that presentation, they have a packet in there and it has all this, because that's where I went and got my streets from. It has a map of all of where the work is gonna be happening, and it has the street names in there. So they are providing that information to us. I don't know if you're not getting the packets to print out, but yeah.
It might not be big enough for me too, but.
But I've asked, just so you know, I've asked Kiera to give us map size printouts of those, because that's what we got for the Parks Board when we were looking at our, the overview of the park, so we could see everything.
And I just want to tag on. I want to see that stuff, but I would like to see it listed as one of these items so that we have a listing before us at all times of the status of work completed, that sort.
Yeah.
Do we have matches on that, by the way? For that county grant,
We should not.
that county bond?
No,
No.
it's tax, it's, yeah, it's a
And the other
contract.
question is the previous county bond, was that zeroed out?
I don't know if they rolled it over or not.
What do you mean, the previous county? bond?
The previous one that Bayou, for example, got.
Oh, well, that would be, that's county business.
Yeah.
So we
Oh,
wouldn't know
that we
anything.
don't
Yeah.
get any reports
They
on,
administer.
Correct.
like
Well,
that
correct.
they've
No.
completed the work for the city or anything like that?
Correct.
No, okay, all right, thanks.
That would be, we could probably get that information from the county.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, thanks.
Proceed, Ms. Ashley. You're on page 2 now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, so we're starting at public safety. So if y'all would move to a smaller sheet that I provided.
Uh-oh. Now
Whoa.
you get, now you get
And,
closer.
well, y'all's, I think y'all's is larger. I have the small one of every, but I think y'all's is larger. This is a breakdown of our public safety grants and what was provided. Since the big color sheet here only provides a total, I went ahead and broke down what we're getting out of each grant.
On
So
a smaller sheet.
on the smaller sheet, yes, sir. Sorry, that's why I was a little late. The printer jammed and I couldn't get it on big paper. So, but with the taps, that has not been utilized. Talking to the chief, he thinks maybe $200 has been used out of it since 2022.
Which one?
Taps,
Do we know why?
I do not. I
'Cause
know
can-
there
I
was,
can help y'all
who was
use
up?
it. I can.
There,
talk to
someone
Chief.
was up here Monday or
You
Tuesday.
get started on that, Ms.
talking.
Tanya.
Yeah.
They're gonna accuse you of all sorts of things.
Someone was up here Monday or Tuesday,
Mhm.
talking about the TAPS grant. The marshal.
Yeah, you know what he did say, and this is, the chief, he even included the chief.
Yeah.
He said that the chief, Chief Washington Russell, the marshal,
Mhm.
and a few officers routinely go
Go
to the
to
high
school.
schools. And I think they do it without using funding for some reason. Why, I don't know.
From
But
my understanding.
the
it
work is
pays-
being done, but they're not using.
My
the-
understanding, it pays overtime for officers that want to come in on their free time
Yeah,
and do whatever program they so choose. And I believe he's having problems, officers wanting to come in.
yeah, but he was still saying they were still getting it done
they were-
Yeah.
during business hours.
just-
Oh, I just caught what you said. Even though they're even being offered overtime,
Correct.
they're declining it.
Correct.
So he's having to pick up. I got you.
So-
Go ahead, Joe.
You said it was the TAPS grant?
Yes, sir.
Where's
It's
that? I don't see it.
this
Second line.
second line. It's Teen and Police Service Academy.
There? Where?
$54.
Oh, it's at the very end. Okay. TAPS.
There was a time, Miss Ashley, where we had I can't think of that guy's name, and I think he might have passed away. Remember that guy?
Mhm.
Did he pass away?
Yes.
there was a young man from Houston that was, he would come down to offer a program. I think it might have been once a month or once
Dr.
a week.
Penn,
Dr. Penn. Did he pass away?
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about the guy.
No,
he's
no,
still
no.
around.
He would,
He's the one that.
yeah, he brought the TAPS grant to us, and I think it's a program where they would bring the teens, and they would have visiting the schools, they would bring them out after, school, and they would do activities with them. So I
Yeah.
think that's what those monies are for.
I read over the contract. I actually kind of didn't know about this because it's from 2022 and
Yeah.
but I've worked with Dr. Penn on some stuff previously. And I read over the contract and I forgot it's so many hours per week, but I know ultimately the chief was telling me he just can't get people to come in on their days off, even though they're getting paid overtime. I want to say it's like for 4 officers, they're allowed so many hours per week. So they're, they put a cap on it, but still.
Let me ask you this. I see you, Joe. Let me ask you this on that. Would this program allow for officers from other communities? Let's say maybe Hitchcock officers or Texas City officers, if our officers
Don't want to,
refuse to engage.
right? Since we're like Texas City ISD,
TC, well, they have sheriff's department, but the sheriff's department, even whoever these officers are.
I actually have the contract itself.
Would
So
you
I'll
let
read
us know?
through it.
Yes, ma'am.
That was all.
Okay, so, and of course, right above that is the FY22 COPS grant that pays for 6 officers. It's about a 50-50, 51%, 49% is what we pay. That is through 2027. It's a 3-year grant, but we have 5 years to extend it.
So where are we at this year with our percentage? Has it went up?
Our latest, we got 100% match. So we have no match for 2 officers.
We have no match for 2 officers for 25, 26.
Well, it's for the FY24 COPS grant, that program. We have 2 officers and we got 100% fee waiver. So that's
For the duration of the grant.
correct.
Okay. The
So
other.
it was $580,624.
The other cops grant.
The other top COPS grant at the top is the 1.5,
Mhm.
and that's for 6 officers. And just regular COPS grant, we were lucky to get this 100% match, like really.
So the regular cops grant, what year are we in?
It was 22, we would have started in 23. So we're 2 years into it. I want to say, and if you look at your budget book, you'll see that it shows the PD actually over on their salaries, but you look at the general fund and it shows the deposit for the COPS grant. So really they should get a credit somehow. And I don't know if they would still show an overage, but the money that we have gotten from the COPS grant, like I need to make a big draw right now. But right now it just shows in the general fund and it shows the individual police department over budget on their original budgeted because they're not getting the credit.
Do you, so last year, how much of that grant? Last year, how much of that grant was our allocation or was our?
I want to say
Responsibility.
I want to say I've drawn so far about 152,000. Again, before this fiscal year closes, I have one more draw that will probably be at least another 60.
So let me ask the question a little different, Ms. Ashley. How much more will we have to expend from our maintenance and operations budget to the police department? Because the federal government's match is dropping and our match is increasing. So it should.
It's staying the same. It'll be that 49. That's why they offset it by 50 and 49. They gave us a slight waiver.
So no increase this year.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Now, of course, we don't have collective bargaining back yet.
No. I just mean for those officers.
Yeah. And I mean, but it may impact us a little because they may get a pay raise or whatever.
No, I never thought about that. So they give the grant at a set rate, and then as our raises and things go up, that doesn't, I got you.
Correct. When I write the application, I take their collective bargaining and look at it and kind of average out the percentage, because it actually, our collective bargaining ended this year and I still had to put another year in. So I just took the normal percentage that they had gotten over the 3 years and into account for that last year.
Gotcha.
Same thing with FY24. I just gave them an increase, salary increase based off percentages from the previous collective bargaining to kind of predict the future of what they would get. So hopefully I predicted correctly and it may not impact us at all.
Gotcha.
Okay, the 300, the third one on our list is the 300,000 that pays for our crime analyst. And that's at 100%. It also pays the RCC, the Resource Crisis Center, $2,500 a quarter for them to do. I guess if they have like a battered woman, they'll come out and talk, offer those kind of resources. We are 2 years into that grant, year and a half, 18 months. And she's done great. We've also sent her to a lot of trainings and stuff that the grant's covered. So that hasn't cost us anything. And they're upgrading the software and all that kind of stuff. So it covers her 100%. And she's made a lot of cool stuff. And while they're implementing the new software, it'll show more hotspot maps, and we'll be able to, it'll help me with grants to be able to pull more accurate.
Is it accurate to say that this will be the final year of that? Because it says here 9/26.
It will, and we will reapply when it comes back out for the next 3 years. And they tend to continue.
They do?
They tend to, yes, sir.
Cops, we're talking about cops.
The crime analyst,
I got
her gig will be up, we should expend all that by 2026. So the next fiscal year, when they release it, we'll reapply, same project. Catalytic converter, this is the 904,000 no match that we got. Let's see, the pole camera or camera tower surveillance, y'all passed that the last council meeting, I believe. So that will be ordered. The drone, the second drone, y'all passed a good while back. I'm not sure if they have it in, but it was passed by y'all a good while back. The tasers, they have those. They're already tasing people. Each other, maybe. I don't know. The flocks, I believe they're 100% and put up and running. I know the last update I asked for, they had like 3 left to install, but it's been a little bit since I asked for that update. Then, so the last 3 lines, we had extra money left over. So we went and asked for 16 body worn cameras, 16 in-car cameras, and the self-dispatching drone. It's really cool. They all talk to each other. The self-dispatching drone.
drones.
This final drone, we got a small baby drone. Then now we have the Mac Daddy come in. Like they get like a 911 call, and it takes off and goes to the location, and then their body cameras and their car cameras all integrate and talk to each other. It's interesting.
But do the police officers talk to each other?
Can't guarantee. I don't, I know, but no, the drone might talk to whomever. So I don't know. It really is cool. I will say with that, we did come up, at first we were 80,000 short. They were just going to use their seizure money because this fancy deal, but we ended up, I found another 30,000 within the grant. So now they're budgeting, figuring out where they're going to budget that 50,000 from to pay the extra, but it is super cool. I can't wait to watch it. Nobody call 911 for fun.
Just to see the drone.
Yeah, exactly. Just to watch the drones fly over. So that, other than that, everything's pretty much the cameras. All this has been before y'all. So all this should be ordered in the works.
Yeah.
Good to go. Next, there's the cops grant. We just made our first, we haven't made the draw, but we just hired to fill that position. So we're really kind of just kicking that one off. The vest, we have not purchased any vest. It is a 50-50, 12,000. I think, I'm trying to remember what they run, about $1,000 a piece or so. But we haven't bought any, we have till August of next year to purchase them. Lone Star, we are all three, everything's been before y'all except fire radios. We got these final numbers in, so I knew how much to allocate towards fire. So the SRT and see, like all this and a lot of the 224 was all ARPA.
Mhm.
And we were able to get these grants and remove it out of ARPA to pay for this stuff, like the KVT, the SRT vests for the team, for
Yeah.
the rifle resistant. That was all in
And
ARPA.
I'm glad you said that, Miss Ashley, so that we can drill down on this again. The reason why some of these documents look different is because these things started out as allocations by previous council in ARPA. And you were working with the administration of the time to try to get more bang for our ARPA buck.
Correct.
So when you found a grant, you all pulled it out of ARPA. And we, as a council, in particular myself, Joe, Ms. Yancey, we were working with the administration to identify other areas of need,
Correct.
right? And so that's where,
It was a Rob Peter to pay Paul kind of craziness. Like,
yes,
I was making sure like Lone Star would fit what we had
Yes.
on ARPA for the KVT tool, you know, the knock the door in KVT tool. So I would make sure the Lone Star would cover that. Okay, well, yes, it does. Let's take it out of ARPA and put it on this grant. We did that item by item and tried to
I
find.
think the public needs to understand that as well.
Correct. So
Yeah.
if something, you know, and it ended up being able for us to allocate them the 300,000 towards their truck. What is it? What are they getting? The armored personnel carrier, the APC. So that's how they got, you know, a lot of this, getting almost $1 million in no match.
James is on
towards-
that council too.
I'm,
don't
I'm
remember
getting
who
a
was in
ride in
city.
that. Look, I told him after I got all this to get them that 300 towards that, I am taking a ride in that
And the thingamabobber.
with the drone following me.
After they used the new tasers on you.
No.
Get the full
No, never
experience.
mind.
Joshua.
Wait, maybe I get to tase a person of choice. I got all this. So maybe I get to tase a person of choice. I'm gonna make it a surprise, so.
Test your work product.
Yeah. Boy, that could be fun.
Miss Ashley, hold on just a minute, Miss Yancey.
Yes, sir.
Miss Yancey.
I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you work with Grant Works or you?
I'm my own. comp
So
person.
you're on.
Well, Provision is my company. Everybody knows me as the
Right.
lady with two first names, Alice Ashley. So I've been here since 2018. I was procured under Miss Carol Butler. So
Oh, so
I
you've been
think
here.
I'm on my 9th city manager now.
Well, we miss Miss Butler, don't we?
That's a
We
long,
love Miss Holly already.
it seems like a long time. We've.
Right.
Miss Holly reminds me of Miss Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff you've said over the past couple of days, like moving the, like,
Right.
the operating funds, like for the property tax and stuff, I was like, yes, I've been talking about that forever, like the M&O. So, and I loved all that. So Miss Holly does remind me of Miss Butler.
So since 2018, you worked for the city. So so you worked in partnership with Grant Works or just?
No, ma'am, I'm all by myself.
You're all by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So out of all of the grants that you actually have applied for, what is your win record? You know?
I don't know. My return on investment is great.
I would just like to know, like, out of 30 grants, did you win 15? And you don't have to have it now.
I mean, I can get it.
Yeah.
Last year,
Yeah.
I mean, I may have lost 3 or 4.
Yeah,
There was 2 that funding was pulled from, but to go towards disaster.
right.
So that wasn't really losing.
Because I had never heard your name until like, I think last year, maybe 2 years ago. And there's a lot of grants that are out there and I didn't know the process, right? For, what is the process? Like if we find out grants, do we let the city manager know?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
but more importantly, did we get it renewed,
I see.
the grant watch? What was it, the software?
Yes, the grant, what software? Yes, sir, it has been.
I had, for my budget, which I share with everybody, it just got renewed.
Okay.
It's Grant Watch.
Yeah, I see
And,
on there.
and everybody will have access to that. So
Okay,
you can look to grant opportunities
and then we just
and
confirm.
communicate them.
Do we go through her or do we go to the city
Well,
manager?
I would say to your manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
we,
Are you saying your discretionary funding?
Yeah.
Yeah, just so for the record, Grant Watch is something that we, previous administrations had paid for. This year, Mayor Pro Tem, asked us to renew the license, so he offered to pay for it out of his
But
budget.
everybody can utilize it.
oh, good. I'm
I
gonna
have
cancel mine.
I was like, I do have the login if, for the city account, if
can.
anyone needs.
And
it.
then I also follow a ton of grants and wait for the funding. Of course, with the new administration,
Mhm.
the new Trump administration, it killed a lot of my BIL, the Biden infrastructure.
right.
So it killed a lot of those programs. So I've kind of started looking for other funds. One thing that Councilman Campion have worked together a lot and he's really working on is getting us a 501c3
Right,
because we knock ourselves out of so many grants, especially fire.
right.
Fire, they just don't have many fire grants. There's,
Right.
the AFG every year. I want to say they got 9,000 applications and 900 are awarded. It's just, that's all there is. Firehouse Sub has one and it's open once a quarter and they take 300 applications and that sucker,
Right.
it locks it down. Like, so you better have it ready to go that morning. But there is like UPC, like the railroad, UPC railroad, we're already on their pre-approved lists, but you have to be a 501c3 and they do not allow fiscal pass-throughs.
Right.
So I believe he's been working with the EDC because the EDC is a nonprofit in the state. They're
Right.
just not federally
Federal, yeah.
a nonprofit. So once we get that, it will open us up to a
Right.
ton of different parks and stuff. And it may be 2,000 here, 5,000 here, 500 here, but I'll take 500 over no 500. Skin cancer. We were talking about the awnings, like, American Skin Cancer Society, American Cancer Society. They all have grants for whether it's shade structures, just all kinds of stuff. But we're not a nonprofit.
Right.
So we're knocking ourselves out of that. CarMax. There's so many out there that are foundation grants because they want the write-off.
Right.
And I've even worked on y'all are the only city I work with. That I don't
Right.
work with any other cities. So, but I've worked on a packet for parks. I have a son that played college baseball, so I'm all about parks. But I've worked on a sponsorship packet for y'all that you can take around to all the plants. You have plants everywhere right here. Businesses to put their name. We used to do it. They paid $600 for a banner on the outfield or
Right.
anything. We don't have a tax write. We can't offer them a tax write-off.
Right.
So, it's like we have the packet sitting here, but what's gonna make them give us any money? They can't write it off. And,
Right.
you have the Moody grant down there.
Right.
Well, they'll donate money, but they
You
want
have to have
the
a
tax
tax.
break.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
it's not hard to get a 501c3 for the city. You can do an easy short form and get that done.
correct.
Right. The reason why I asked, because when I visited the Trump White House in May, they are really pushing out grants that cities can apply for through their nonprofits for families, for strengthening families.
A lot of HUD. I think they're
Yeah.
going through HUD.
Well, they have a faith director now in every department in the Trump White House now. So they are specifically looking for cities and nonprofits to kind of help strengthen families, because as families are strengthened, cities are strengthened.
Right.
So that's very, very different, because before you couldn't do that, but
Right.
now they are. So I would definitely encourage you to look at some of those grants that bring cities together and families, not so much church, but specifically
Communities.
community, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of how they're basing it. And there's a ton of money that have been redirected to that aspect. And that's what we were told on May 16th. So it's kind of new.
I'm sure
So,
I'm guessing they're
yeah.
running it through HUD.
It's kind of new. So that's
I'll
what
look for it. Yeah, I do have it. Just every year, a 500-page manual comes out,
right.
stuff like
And
that.
if I
So,
get something, I'll get your email and I'll.
yeah,
send
I have
it
a
to
City
you.
of La Marque. It's just A.Ashley. So,
Oh, I need that.
Yeah.
I need to get it. Do you have it? Thank you.
we'll finish
Hold
the.
hold on, Ms. Ashley, Mr. Love.
It's also important to note her fees, because when I first started on council, her fees for not getting something, if I remember correctly, was 0. And we would pay other grant, organizations hundreds of thousands of dollars to get us nothing. If they didn't get it, we still lost. If we got it, we may have got something. So I remember looking at that when I first got on council, and she was more successful than the other grants that we were paying, the grant companies, and we would pay them to not be successful. So it's important to look at what she's done for us and what it's cost us.
Well, I agree that she's free, but I don't remember us paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to any company, Joseph.
I believe there was
we
over just
paid
one of,
some
yeah,
hefty amounts for some
Yeah.
applications.
I don't
Yeah.
remember that.
yeah.
It would.
It's over 100 grand.
It's
at least one.
it's all water. It's old water.
One company. Okay.
Goodman.
Yeah, Graham said it
Goodman.
was like $100 some thousand,
The Goodman Corporation,
or maybe it was good.
is that the Connect Transit outfit?
They wrote several,
Yeah.
and I think they wrote maybe 5, and
Yeah. and
they
that-
got
that's
in
very good.
the
Good.
congressional allocation, but it was an.
I think that might be the Goodman Corporation, the
One.
company that we also contract with our Connect Transit. Our public bus.
I do know that it was Goodman Corporation. I cannot tell you what project that is.
It was, they wrote 4 different, we don't.
We don't
work with them
utilize them
anymore,
any longer, just
But
for y'all
they,
to know.
they did write 4 or 5, and we paid a lot.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but that's old news.
But that's the same company that provides our public transportation. Yeah, it's Connect Transit, Goodman Corporation.
I don't,
So,
I didn't write that. I don't know, but.
see, Ms. Ashley.
Okay, okay, then we're at the FY25 catalytic converter, which this one did have a match. So it was 20%. They're getting 12 MCTs, which is on your upcoming agenda. Then a side-by-side, which was on your last agenda. The flock cameras, that's just to pay for another year of service. So that will really have us, since we just started paying on them, that really has us paid up through 2027. Then 50 hide lock take signs, 50 24-hour surveillance signs, and 50 community watch signs just to go around town.
50?
50 of each.
Okay,
So 50 community watch signs, 50 24-hour surveillance signs, and
Okay.
50 hide lock and take signs.
okay, thank you.
And I'm working with Amanda on getting the final number of that. The side by side actually came in about right at $12,000 under budget. No, I'm sorry. The MCTs came in $12,000 under budget. So we do have a $12,000 surplus right there in that one. So we can, if they want to add more signs or something, we cannot transfer it because that would be subplanting, which is a big no-no. So it's not like we could put it towards a match, or if you come up short on one grant, you can't steal.
Question. The
Joe.
24-hour surveillance signs, where do they go?
It's just wherever they want across the city. Just, we got the flock cameras put in. So that was it, just something. All right.
24-hour surveillance sign.
So that's what it was. And then the,
They would go at one of those illegal dumping places, Joe. Let them know we
The
got
parks.
cameras watching. Yeah.
Well, actually, we had them at People Mark Beautiful. We had them. I don't know what, I was looking for them.
I have an
Yeah.
alarm system sign outside my house and I don't know.
So why were you looking for 24-hour surveillance?
Because
sign?
for the dumping, actually.
Yeah.
Miss Griffin.
You were in like a closet in here looking for them?
That's right.
What
That's
is-
what you-
He took his vitamins. I
He
I
was
told
all
him.
there.
Just to keep.
You are on fire, Joseph Campion.
He checking boxes out.
We're having fun.
We
We're
can
having
take him
fun.
anywhere. We can So I believe they are using seizure money for the match of
Yes, ma'am.
that 20%. So that's that. The NRA gun safety, it's $2,500. It is to buy ammunition and 22 rifles, to teach gun safety to teenagers like 15 to 19-ish. I called the local, there's a range in Dickinson maybe.
Mhm, mhm.
And
Oh, I don't-
I talked to them, they weren't gonna charge us to use it to teach the kids, or whatever. PD's not really excited about it, so we have not kicked off that project.
Why would PD not be? So you're saying that this grant is to teach children how to
Safe.
safely,
Gun safety.
and the PD's having heartburn with that?
Heartburn.
Why?
They-
You wanna let them answer it?
They don't have the
The manpower to do
Let me ask,
Uh,
isn't that take like a instructor isn't that, if the range in
I was gonna
Dickinson is willing to open it, wouldn't we be able to reach some agreement with the instructor there?
Maybe, I mean, I didn't count that into the grant itself. I mean, it's $2,500 and that was just I don't know if it couldn't be tied into the TAPS grant
Oh,
and
yeah.
pay the overtime if you could talk a policeman or two to,
I don't want to get in, as a union member, I don't want to really get into
oh,
police union's business, but if I were a member of a police union, boy, that would be something that I would take
To
on.
do. Mm-hmm.
That's a good, feel good community. No, you can't do that. You're a fire union guy. Stop. You don't know
You
gun
can,
safety.
Chief.
Well, maybe you know gun safety. Oh, well, you got some
I
folks that
second
know
that,
gun
Chief.
safety, huh? Uh-oh.
he likes working overtime too. Time and a half, right?
Yeah.
Police union, if fire union, if you're listening, we got a few kids that need to be taught gun safety.
Chief, just for purposes of this meeting.
Right.
Okay, overtime.
Right. We're on overtime, right, chief? Okay, y'all want to continue to page 2 or y'all want to stop for, well, I don't even know what time it is.
How long, we're about 17 minutes past lunch, but if you have,
We have page 2.
page 2 is half page,
half the
right?
page.
Yeah, let's finish page 2.
Okay,
We'll break for lunch at 12:30
okay.
without objection.
ICMA, which is the International City Managers Association.
Are you on this one, Ms.
Which
Ashley?
one, the big
I'm-
one?
Move
You back to the big one?
community
Okay.
under the pink line on page 2.
Gotcha.
Okay, so the ICMA, if you remember, maybe Caesar and JB, I don't remember who went, but they went to Washington
Yes, ma'am.
and it made us a cohort member, the city. Now, that's kind of where JB took over. I don't have an update.
Okay.
So I'm going to work on that, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. So
Which one is that?
ICMA,
ICMA. You remember when Caesar and JB went to Washington?
I remember a little bit, but wasn't there an intern or somebody as part of this?
maybe that's where, I don't know.
Okay, well,
We'd have to go
Thank
back.
you.
and-
I plan to just send out like a department head email and just say, hey, help me find these, if you're working on them, great, just give me a status. It's
I'll
just
see
kind
what
of.
I can find for you.
In the
Sort of
closet.
like- I'm the beggar. Next, the local policy lab social goods grant. Originally, okay, so this was a JV. This was the city voter participation project. I have the contract. We passed it for 50,000. He had 50,000 in his paperwork, but we got a deposit for 28.5. So we have this money
Mhm.
sitting in the bank. Just like ICMA, we've already been paid that money. But I can't say anything's been done with it.
Yeah.
So when you say it's sitting in the bank, Monica, question, I don't need an answer. Once again, when in my world, this would be a separate little block
Line item.
a line item
Mhm.
that says this has been here, it's a special project. Called usually special revenue or something like that, or.
Yeah.
It would be there and it would show what's being used, the debits and remaining balances.
Well, it's kind of like me with the COPS grant and getting credit.
Yeah, like what you do.
Well, they're just not getting the credit in their budget towards their salaries, so they show over budget, but
Mhm.
that COPS money should
Mhm.
offset somehow. I don't know how that would work internally,
Yeah, yeah.
but it should. Okay, so the workforce solutions, that was Amanda's baby. She's still here. Amanda. How's your workforce people? She had a time with these guys, y'all.
Hello again, man.
Originally, we promised, 20 people per year. They came back just before we finalized everything. They cut it down to 10 people. They cut it down to 10 people for 6 months. October 1st is our deadline with the project. It will be closing out October 1st with the Workforce Solutions. We currently have 2 people still within the program that's working with La Marque right now on mitigation. That's it. As we've hired 1 of the 10 individuals that we received, as staff fell off, they were not replenished. So we're down to 2.
So you had 10 at one point or not? You had the full 10.
You said staff fell off, as those folks in that program
Workforce
left,
Solutions, yes.
they were not replaced
No,
by workforce?
right.
Okay, I got you. The program started to get cut, attrition. I got you.
So of that 832, how much has been spent of that grant? Do you know?
I have no idea. So the only thing, I have not seen any funding. I don't know anything behind that. I take care of the staff. We give them mitigation work. And I approve their payroll at the end of every Friday. That's it. That's the only knowledge that I have about this program.
So Miss City Manager, I would like to know
I
that
would too.
appropriate staff has been paid out of this fund as opposed to our
Yeah.
departmental budget.
Maintenance
I think,
operation.
yeah, or-
Yes, they
Oh,
don't,
oh, they don't
no,
get a
they,
check.
no, they do not come out of city budget. I'm only responsible for approving their time
Oh, I see. I
through
see.
GNA
Okay.
work site, and they are completely paid by the government.
So when we look at your budget, we're not going to see
No,
these
sir.
individuals as part of staff.
There's no impact from them whatsoever on our budget.
All right.
And that's a program that you're still continuing, correct?
October 1st, it will end.
Okay, why would it end?
That the funding is done. The funding is ran out for that. We could get a 4-week extension.
Right.
We are looking to bring 1 on full time. If that's the case, that leaves 1 employee from workforce that we're not going to continue with.
Yeah, so I know that I used to work for TWCs. I know that program continues. You just have to reapply for it. Was it helpful for you?
No.
Let me tell the truth. This is.
No. It was extremely stressful. It was more of a hindrance on the city than it was just.
Because of why?
People didn't show up.
There's more involved.
Can someone give me a report on that? I would like to know
Uh,
because that's
when
something
we
that,
talked
We'll
about
go offline and do
mitigation-
it.
yeah.
We'll
She's
go
trying to
offline
answer
and
the
do it.
question, Ms. Jansen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you telling her not to?
Now, what I can say is when we were working on mitigation for the program that we put in place was clearing the easements, alleys, and the drainage ditches. We wanted to start working because we have the stormwater program going on. We wanted to start working in the easements and alleys and opening them back up. However, there was some issues with poison ivy, poison oak. We had to withdraw from that program.
Okay, because I know with TWC, a lot of it has to do with your site manager and the case managers to get the people to perform. And so if that has been an issue, that's definitely something we need to make known, because that is a program that saves companies a lot of money, especially when we're trying to to teach our community new skills as well.
And I understand 100% where you're coming from,
Mhm.
but in this instance with the group of individuals that we received, it was an extreme liability on the city.
Yeah.
But the women were harder workers.
Actually hired a female, so she is the with the female that we brought on from the program.
Yeah.
One of the gentlemen that was responsible
hear
for the
that,
bucket
but-
truck, he transferred over to the wastewater treatment plant. We
Okay.
hired her in his place.
Okay.
And so she is going to be, along with another staff member, they're going to be taking on all of the street sign projects for the city.
Okay, so it wasn't totally, you know.
No,
But we just need to make sure that we provide that data though to TABC. Yeah.
Cleaning easements.
Yeah, and now she's doing that, yeah. But I would like.
Yeah,
to
I've
get
seen it. Looking at it.
So we can just, give them some feedback, right?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
TWC is a crucial source, especially with the economy getting tighter. We may have to pull on them some more, but we want to make sure we get quality individuals and not the leftovers.
well, and I will tell you, I have given them a ton of feedback, so no problem with that.
So generally speaking, the way that I would do things is if one council member asks for it, I provide that to you and then copy the remainder of the council so that they all get the information.
Good job.
That's how we.
I have one question, and Miss Amanda, you answered the question without me asking. So now that the poison ivy and all of that, are y'all going to halt it until a certain period of time, or are you not gonna revisit that again?
Can we visit that later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll be back after lunch, right?
I'm here all day.
You're acting like you don't want to come to the company.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I just, I would like to visit with you later regarding that.
Okay.
The,
It's not a stop, drop and roll. It can actually, I just thought you had an answer, but I can. Easy breezy.
Okay, so since we got Amanda up here, the Coca-Cola Keep Texas Beautiful, we're working on, that is the 15 we're doing total recycling, is it 15?
Girl, I don't
I
remember.
think, okay, so it's to put recycling and at
It was,
Bayhan and Highland Bayou,
Yeah.
I believe.
it was 13 or 15. It was between 13 and 15.
But, and it doesn't have to be like, you know,
Recycling trash cans.
just designated recycling can.
Would waste management take that? Who would then empty those recycling?
We will, the city staff will be responsible.
And then where would you take it to? Hadn't
We
thought
haven't
that
gotten
far
that
yet?
far yet. We're getting there.
Okay.
We have, what is it, quarterly?
We do have we have a recycling bin at the yard that does not get serviced.
Okay.
And so with what we pull out of those cans, I imagine would go into that recycling bin.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's a matter of getting waste management out there to actually service the recycling bin. We have email after email after email, not only from myself, but several staff members from utility billing, sent them pinpoint locations, pictures of it. It's located at the city yard before you even pull into the gate, and they can't find it, nor have they been able to service it.
But they empty those for free too, because they turn around and recycle it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right. So that's our complication right there, but.
understood.
Okay,
So those recycle bins are being ordered. We have to put some signage up on them saying Coca-Cola, Southwest Beverage Company. So that's gonna be done. We're hopefully gonna be finished in the next 6 weeks.
Joseph Lowry, stop drinking Pepsi.
That was good. And Pepsi's my favorite drink when I was drinking sodas.
Is that, you
Cherry and vanilla.
got about four or five left?
NRA. But NRA is on here twice, so y'all just scratch it.
Gotcha.
The HVAC livable centers, again, I don't have an update to give on that. It was.
FYI, council, HCAC is also wondering, they would like to come, I'll coordinate that with you, Miss City Manager, to one of our meetings, make a presentation, ask some questions. But they also just want to come down before then and visit our city.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk to someone about grant and program, but.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Ashley,
You need to, because we got lots of grants with them.
Ms. Ashley, the Livable Centers project, I noticed the city fund that would be associated is Public Works and Streets. So I assume this is going to be some sort of Public Works. Okay, okay.
Lastly, the Texas book, that was just something Miss Amy had done. It's then I have the ARPA numbers on there. I do have the breakdown of everything we did in MOUs. That's how we extended it at the end of last year, whatever. So I can give you all that information and show you and explain. There was a lot of background of ARPA. Lastly, this one sheet I gave y'all, this is
Miss Ashley, this number at the bottom,
yes, sir.
that's the total from these two sheets?
Yes, sir.
The gray.
Great.
So
So
the city of La Marque, a city of 13 square miles with a population of approximately 20,000 individuals over the past 6 years, because the time period here is 6 years, has been successful in securing $83,821,000.
That's Alice.
83 million.
Don't forget about Tink Jackson.
821, that's included in that. That's
what
included
Tink
here.
do?
No, I was talking to.
What Tink
No.
do?
That's.
Oh, Tink was working with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's-
I'm sorry, Miss Ashley. You did say you were here since 2018.
2018.
So the $83 million. And a lot of that is because of the
What they
historical
do.
knowledge of Miss Ashley. But also I want to say, also, when Mr. Garcia was here, he took and worked, he appreciated Miss Ashley.
He sure
He
did.
worked with her. We secured a lot of these funds during that period as well, too. We have to rebuild this line. It got interrupted. And I apologize to you, Miss. I didn't know about those challenges.
It
If I
was
would have known, we
challenging.
would have.
I lost my husband in the middle of it too,
Yes,
so
you
it was
did.
a very challenging
Yes,
6,
yes.
8 months. But I feel like I'm getting some ground back. Like I said, I have lost a couple that are somewhere and
Yeah.
I'll track them down. But I mean, he's just leaving, Miss Holly's just coming. It was nice. And even like public management sent me an email. They like having one person
Yeah.
to, whether if they need to email a pay request and then just whatever, it's just to have one contact person or even y'all, if you want to know, hey, Alice, what's going on with SH3? I kind of have an idea,
Yeah.
and just, or where's wastewater treatment plant? So that's why I do all the call-ins with GrantWorks, like for the GLO and TDA and stuff. We have like bi-weekly and monthly call-ins with engineering. So I keep up with them.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have I'm sorry, Joe.
No, that was the thing.
Do you have, can you get us working with Ms. Holly? This, you said final projects to be determined under ARPA funds.
This was, I have the breakdown.
You have the breakdown,
Yes, sir.
the most recent breakdown?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holly, can we work with Ms. Ashley to get the most recent breakdown?
And I meant to print it out.
Yes,
Sorry,
we
yeah.
do need to do that because we're under the gun on getting that done.
A lot is, I still have a couple contracts to write. Again, I had been removed from ARPA badly, so I'm just getting it back and trying to get Venetia's done and just, I finished the fire chief contract the other day. I mean, they're not easy documents to do. So that's the thing. You need to ask the PD to fill out these giant contracts. It was just not.
Sure.
So, so it kind of got put on hold just a little bit, but we're fixing to roll out the last of the contracts. I don't know what is the status of the mill and overlay, the street lights stuff? I don't have an update on those 3 public works.
We can touch more on that when we get into public works side, but we're about 40% in on the solar lighting project. There was a hold off on the poles that he was waiting to they ordered the poles to come in. They're coming from overseas. It took forever to get them here. So what they did is they started going around and setting the concrete masons for the solar light poles all throughout the city. There's discussion whether we have 31 or 33 lights, whichever was approved during the contract. We weren't involved when all of that was being set up. It was thrown on our lap after everybody vacated. So we're handling it from here and we're trying to run numbers to make sure whether we've got the correct funding for 31 or 33. If you pay for 33, we only have 31 in the funds, we may look at purchasing the 2 solar lights out of the public works budget to make sure that we put out what we want.
Yep.
Very good.
So,
Miss Ashley, you had, you
Just
said
another-
you wanted to talk about this last sheet.
Yeah, I was gonna say on Mayor Pro Tem's comment, 83 million, and really, if you take our total city share, it was only 3 million.
Yes, exactly. That's the
So,
other thing
I
I
mean,
forgot.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, if we hadn't paid anything, I mean, we're down to 1.2. So to consider, you know, really 84 million, 83.8. And that match is amazing. you
Yeah,
know,
no,
so-
And you've been around since 2018.
I think if I was an employee, I'm like fourth in line and a lot of people come here. I've been through at least 2 departments. Me and Kiara came on about the same time.
Uh-oh. There it is.
Okay, last thing,
You got it.
and Amanda's other little baby we're working on. Yuri had been dropped by 2 finance directors ago, or finance director before. So Snowstorm Yuri from 2021, I went to bat with, I don't know, 6 months ago. A lot of procurement was not handled, so I wrote a lot of apology letters saying, we won't make this mistake again, just stuff like that. So that is the 500,000 I'm disputing. Hopefully I'm a good writer, so hopefully my letters were very convincing that we won't do it again. The above that though, the 163, the 1,000, the 36, we are getting paid that back. Some, I think 2 or 3,000 here and there, we have been paid, but we are getting those 3 amounts from Yuri.
I didn't understand that. Say it again?
We are, this 3 above Yuri right here,
Yes.
we are getting those paid for sure.
Reimbursements
The 163,000
Yes, sir.
and the utilities.
And the
Joe,
utilities.
And management.
and the
Correct.
management, those.
The
three.
federal government is reimbursing us
FEMA is paying. us.
because this was a disaster.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And Mayor, you may recall, that's when I'd come on and I was telling the then city manager and our finance, you guys need to follow these
Mhm.
reimbursements. I'm sorry they
Yeah.
dropped them, but
It just got dropped and then I guess they realized
that,
it. and-
that's the outcomes right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so, but, and that's when it came into the 500,000. I'm working with them still. So
Yeah.
Has that money been booked in? Has it actually been dispersed to us or not?
the first 3, I think we've gotten pieces, parts. I
Okay.
just had a call again with FEMA yesterday.
Okay.
We've gotten some pieces, parts of these.
Have we?
It's not the full amounts yet.
Where these should go then booked in my world, just in my world. And as other cities have done into the,
Disaster
as
fund.
an account that says Uri. So that we can know this is just like you've broken it out here.
Well, our expenses are expensed that way.
Yeah.
You know, we'll come up with an account
On that,
that's
on that.
Snowstorm
that
Yuri.
We know, and then it closes out as the money is
I'm not
spent.
saying it always gets coded correctly,
Coded
but
correct. And you're saying that there's the other 500,000 on utilities, which is the 100% reimbursement during the first 30 days.
I think it's 95% maybe, but regardless, it comes
Depends
out to about
upon-
500 and I'll be lucky to get,
Yeah.
I'm really trying to get this 500, but we
Yeah.
dropped procurement so bad on it.
Okay.
And I mean, it was just simple stuff like it literally for this from what I've had to research, we had Charlene handling it as city manager one time, and then Tink, and then Chase came in and he was public works director, and we had Miss Susie. Like everybody's hands, so like it literally got to where I was having to get IT to help me pull emails to find documents to try and find where they had emailed 3 vendors to get an emergency bid and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it was just a lot of hands from a long time ago. And
Thank you.
so it was, it's to be continued. Hopefully we get this 500,000, but,
Yes.
Question though,
Sir.
this is in all fairness, now I'm back. I want to make sure that you are you billing us for the work that you're putting on this?
I
So
charge,
this is part of your invoicing.
yes, sir.
Okay, all right, all right.
And then lastly, Beryl, had a call with them yesterday. This week, we should be getting 1.1111
Million dollars?
Yes, sir. We should be getting that and 5,000 $72.25 for the 2 awnings we replaced at Highland Bayou from Barrel, and then all the debris cleanup. So that should be coming this week or next week.
Amanda, the debris, I'm focused on that, out of Mahan Park. The work to get the fields back in order, is that this or is that Crowder Gulf?
It's this. And
That-
this is
that's from this
included in that
amount.
1 point
It's included. So we are to, I just got, did you email me yesterday?
yesterday.
I just got an email from Alice saying, they gave us the release on the field. We have to restore it immediately.
The field at Mahan.
Okay. That's
So that
been
will
another.
pay us back for all our monitoring, all our removal, our in-house pickup. I mean, everything, and revamp it. It'll have the football field has to be back in same, if not better condition. That's how FEMA.
And if we know, because at one time it was operated in this fashion, but it got a little off track. We had a disaster fund, or we have a disaster fund. Right, Miss Monica? We have a disaster fund. We still have it. It had gone away for a while, but we still have it. And it was funded for $1 million. That was our emergency cash there. It was never listed as a separate category like other cities do, which I would urge us again to do that. And then we would then have a separate category. That's the general. Then underneath would be your subcategories. This would be Hurricane Beryl being one, and we'd be monitoring the income from there on these as we're getting reimbursed. And so that as council and all the community would understand their uses that we have to make of those funds, which is top of the list, restore the field at Mahan so that our community can use that again. That and the boat ramp on that side. And then we're hopeful that we'll get it probably about another 20,000 out of Beryl. That then Beryl would be on the billing side, Miss Ashley. That's zeroed out then. We've submitted in all the.
We still have Cat B, which isn't much.
Oh, okay.
Cat Z, which is labor, like anytime I put into it, anytime Amanda puts into it, if we have an admin that doesn't, we'll go back and bill Cat Z, but that's way towards the end of closeout. So we don't have a price on that yet.
And I would ask accounting and Miss Holly, if we can just make sure that once again, not from the expenses associated with the rebuild of the field are coming from these proceeds, and they're not being taken from the public works budget. I'm just asking.
Anytime we have an event, the finance director typically goes in and creates an expense line. And it is just for that particular event only. So it will be emailed out for the entire city. Any debris, storm, anything, facility maintenance, anything that we have to charge to that storm, the whole entire city charges to that one line.
Oh, I understand that, yeah.
And so from there, as the money filters in, it should hit a separate line item that is also listed as that storm account. That way we can see the incoming, the outgoing.
Now, this 1.1 million that we should have by the end of the week, as well as the 5,000, is this then will be in addition to what was reported during the retreat, that we had approximately 2 million in the disaster fund at this time? Is that an additional amount? I don't need an answer now. I just need to know if that's
I'm
the
gonna
case.
Say yes, because nobody knew about this till.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
Nobody.
mean, I had the call yesterday morning. So
Okay,
I hadn't,
all right.
and that's not, I mean, we went over final paperwork. I emailed her some more stuff and she was good to go. So she just had to put
Well,
her.
that's a
product-
question that I have on. Thank you.
So I highly doubt it. So what else do y'all have? I'm done.
Oh, so Ike has been closed out to the best of
It's
your
closed
knowledge.
out, correct. I can get you, I think we talked about that. I have it on my computer. I can get you how much we were paid for Ike.
Yeah, I would like to
I'll
know how
find
much.
it, But Ike is closed out,
Ike is closed out, and then there was, how about Harvey?
closed out.
But we
Yuri and.
never
Daryl.
got reports on
I'll
Harvey.
pull it for you. I can get on.
Just give us, and so the community, all of us know what happened, right? Just like this great grant stuff income. That,
Yep.
I hope at some point, I had urged the fire department chief, Merriman, you remember this? That door got damaged during Harvey, remember? Remember that? So we were gonna try to get it fixed or replaced that too, so.
Well, like on the public buildings right there, we're trying to get the fence from the PD fixed.
Yeah.
That was taken out during barrel, stuff like that.
I just want to go back to what you just said.
Yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Did you just state that during your retreat, y'all said y'all had $2 million in the disaster recovery?
That's what we were told.
Okay.
So now I'm free. All right. Wait, we just moved. Never mind.
Well, I think we're at a stopping point, ladies. Council is going to break for lunch. I think that we're gonna see both of you ladies when we get back from lunch. And so whatever you all were having a conversation about, I'm gonna use my remote to push it on pause.
Council, will you want me to come back after the break too?
Man, of course we, no, I'm just kidding. You're fine. We're done. We're done
Okay,
with that.
I'm gonna follow up with Shannon to get myself on a regular meeting for the normal council meetings, not these special work groups probably, although let me know and I'll always come to these too.
Yeah.
And I probably won't be ready for Monday because that's a bit quick, but I'll have a presentation for the following. We'll get into a good rhythm with that. And so you'll
Yeah,
see
we have a
more of me
long day Monday, so please don't come Monday.
too. Sounds like a plan. Alrighty, it's been a pleasure, council. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Good
Shannon,
hearing from you, my friend. See you next time.
take
Council,
care,
we're gonna
everyone.
break for lunch. Let's try to be back at 2:30 with a hard start at 2:40. We stand adjourned. Good afternoon. We are back in our afternoon session of July. I keep wanting to say July. I wanted to
Say
be
it.
July so bad.
And just get to August.
August 7th Budget Workshop. And we have with us now the Public Works Department. Mr. Bro and Ms. Hobby, welcome, welcome, welcome. And I believe you have a PowerPoint presentation. Do they
Yes,
still
sir.
call them PowerPoints?
It's
Presentation.
so
A presentation. Thank you for that. Ms.
I guess this is my first time presenting in a budget meeting, so I put a presentation together as just a guideline to keep me on track. More of as we move and talk about the different departments, we can feel free to have. Amanda, I've already talked. She can step in and we can, as we discuss the different aspects of our department, along with any questions y'all might have as we. I know Public Works, there's a lot there. There's a lot of questions. You can sometimes get lose track. And so the PowerPoint usually is just to kind of keep me on track, keep us on track as we move forward. It's not really set in stone. I did have on here, I didn't know if it's something we can just pass it for now unless y'all would like to hear. Any chance I get, I always wanted to talk about Public Works, some of our accomplishments. I do have an accomplishment slide on here. We do hear a lot of that during council meetings. There's a lot of stuff I have brought. This is just kind of showing up to date where we're at as a whole in Public Works. One thing I would like to start off by saying that this past couple months, we have been able to sit down. I've sat down with the previous finance director with HR, and we have been able to negotiate wage increases for our employees. Now it's a total of $111,000 increases, but that is not just in one department. That's for all 40 of our employees that we were able to $111,445.20 is that total that we were able to negotiate at. I made that a priority when I first came aboard because we still had people making $15 an hour. Now our lowest paid employee in Public Works is $17.86. Not where I'd like to be, but it's a lot better than where we were. We had a foreman that was making $19 an hour. We had a couple foremen that people under them were making more than them. So part of that increase was kind of getting everybody up to as close as where they should be. So we were able to do that. Another thing that we've been able to do is with council's help, of course, we were able to create the stormwater equipment, an extra stormwater equipment operator position, along with a lift station operator position. This past few months, I was able to hire a Class A CDL operator, and we also were able to hire a stormwater grading expert, which we've never been able to do before. We have been able to hire somebody that actually has the experience instead of having to train them up. So that has helped our stormwater team. Last year, when we were going about talking about operations at our wastewater treatment plant and our water facilities, last year we had, not including myself, there was one B licensed operator through TCQ and 2D licensed operators. As of now, we have one dual B licensed operator in both water and wastewater who's currently working on getting his A water. We have a dual C licensed operator currently working on getting his B wastewater. We have a 1C wastewater license operator currently getting dual certified, 2D wastewater license operator currently working on getting their C wastewater license, and we have an unlicensed trainee who's currently working on getting his D wastewater license at the moment. So our operations at the wastewater plant has been just increased drastically. We're now in a position to where we're not just state legal, but we have been able to get better control of that aspect of operations. Then we have our water utility crew. I sat down with my foreman and we had a long conversation about kind of where we can cut costs at. And one thing we talked about that they did is that they went out and got training on repairing hydrants. So now we have been repairing our own hydrants. We have not been able to replace them just yet. That's a bigger aspect of it that we are working on. There's more to replacing a hydrant. But they have been able to, once we get the list from the fire department, we have gone out and been able to repair a lot of our own hydrants instead of calling contractors out for that. Also, I think last year, like previous years, we know our water loss has been high. I think at one point we were almost at 80% water loss. Now, from January until June, our average water loss is 35% that we have been able to drop that down to. This year also, we've been able to purchase 2 mini excavators and a pothole patch trailer using ARPA funds. We've purchased 2 new hauling trailers. We've been able to install that all-inclusive playground equipment at Highland Bayou Park. And just the department as a whole, we're seeing a healthier public works. We're seeing less internal conflict when you look into and also we've seen an improvement with coordination between other departments in our city. I know I've talked with a lot of directors myself personally, and they're happy with the direction and the communication that's now there that wasn't there previously.
Yeah.
So that's just a real quick breakdown. I mean, I didn't want to go too much into that because we'd be, I know our time is limited, but
Yeah, all day, man.
yes, sir. But if we just go to the next slide, y'all can, it's just a current list of just a list of our current projects, just so y'all can have on hand. I didn't put any information there. I know we talked about a lot of these projects previously in the, when we were talking about bonds and grants. I know that there's questions that we've answered in council meetings that we'll probably continue to talk about. So I just did a really quick breakdown of when it comes to just what we're working on right now in the city and where we're at.
I'm not suggesting you do
Yes,
or
sir.
don't. Were you planning on going through this or no?
We can if y'all want. I mean, that's not, I just had put it on there so y'all can
Yeah.
just have an idea of what we're doing right now, our major projects
Yeah.
that we're working on. There's a few projects that aren't on here because they haven't started just yet. But this is as a whole in public works projects we're working on.
Let's see how far we get. You may be called back to this page.
Yes, sir.
As council has questions or
Okay.
thoughts about it. But for expediency,
Yes,
let's,
sir.
that,
If we go to the next slide, we're going to start just talking about each department in public works. We're going to just start kind of with the public works administration and our budget needs, kind of what we're looking at doing, what we're wanting to do this next budget year. And I've also put these work charts in here so it gives everybody a better understanding of what each department looks like. Because when we know that when we say, oh, we have 40 employees in public works, a lot of times we don't see that bigger picture where each person's at and actually the how that specific department as a whole looks and and how healthy we are in certain areas. So right now in our public works administration, we know we have myself, the public works director, Amanda Hobby, the assistant public works director. We have our receptionist / office manager, Lisa Perez, our administrative assistant, Shirley Trahan, and then we have our project manager, compliance specialist, which is Gina Galicia. I do have this position down here at the bottom that's not really public works administration, which we'll talk more about here in a minute. I've put that there because there's not really a spot to put it at the moment when it comes to our other departments. But in public works administration, there's 3 big things I'm going to be asking for this next budget year. The first is talking about this water operation supervisor role. I'm going to try not to get too in depth in some of this because there's a lot that goes behind that role, a lot that has happened with that role. That role was a role that I previously had held before I moved over here as interim public works director. The title water operation supervisor is not what it was doing. It was also one of the highest paid positions at the time. The reasoning for that, there was a lot of internal conflict between previous public works director and certain employees in the public works department, and things were moved around. It really is, and there's no better way to put this. It's pretty much a junior assistant public works or assistant public works director position because the assistant public works director was moved to streets and parks only. And then they had this position that was over stormwater, all the utilities, stormwater, wastewater, water utilities, water utility operations, the collection system. How public works operates now, this position first is overpaid. I'll come out and say it is an overpaid position. We don't really need it. And if we did hire somebody, especially at that pay rate, they wouldn't be taking on that full responsibility that it once held. Because now, as a public works director myself, I do rely on my assistant public works directors and maybe other previous public works directors didn't do. I don't split that up What I am proposing is a kind of an elimination of this position, and instead of having one person that kind of oversees all of utilities, because there's a lot, that we break this down into two separate positions where we have a chief wastewater operator at the plant. Why we're asking for this, it's common practice in a lot of cities, but with this expansion we're about to do, we're about to add another 2.25 million gallon a day to our already 3 million gallon a day plant. There really is no oversight over at the wastewater treatment plant. I do have a guy that kind of stepped into that role who's kind of helped me take control over there and get things more settled. But also with that, I'm asking for a water utility supervisor that is over all our water utilities. And when we talk about water utilities, at one point, it was just water utility repair. But now we have the meter techs that were moved over to water utility operations. We have our groundwater operation system, which is our wells only ran in emergencies, but we still operate them, exercise them, and keep them maintained, along with our distribution system and then with our water utility repair crew. So that one, and you'll see that when we get to those, but that one, that position, we have a guy kind of already filling the supervisory role. But once again, they're kind of filling in without any title, without any extra pay on it. I've sat down and talked with them. They've helped out. They've done a good job. But if we kind of, my whole idea is to take that this water operation supervisor, which was, I think it was budgeted for like 92,000, and dissolve that. And we give these other two guys increases along with creating these positions. And by doing that, we're only going to see a $25,000 net increase in there, and that's both of them's combined salary. And we're going to actually see a cost saving on our end of $67,000.
Stop
Yes,
right
sir.
there for questions. Let me ask you this, and then I saw Mayor Pro Tem's hand up. This water operations supervisor, that was you?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been in that position?
I had been in that position about 2 years, 2.5 years. When I was hired full-time from the previous, when I worked as a contractor that was doing operation for the city, that position was one that was created that I was beforehand when I guess, was it Chase was still here? I probably shouldn't mention names, my bad. But that's,
If you're mentioning it, good,
Yes, sir.
then you can do that.
Yeah.
I'm teasing.
But previous, so they were interviewing, I had put my resume in and interviewed for that position. And
Yeah, so let me ask you this, and this is probably more of an Amanda question.
yes, sir.
Do you ever remember a time, because I don't remember, and this is not leading anywhere, this is really, I don't remember. Did council ever approve this position? We did was it through the normal budgeting process? Okay, so it wasn't a standalone?
No,
It was part of a package, okay. And so my next question before I give it to Joe. So you're saying break this up and give it to other positions that are already here and then elevate them into these new roles, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. So we're not
Okay.
looking to hire new people. We're just looking to create these positions, fill in with guys that are already doing the job and then be able to
Change their title.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's what we're-
okay, gotcha. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. My simple mind,
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to. I'm imagining as you're talking about these positions. And I hear the subject matter for the positions. Water operations, for example.
Yes, sir.
I visualize a graph or chart that has the name of the position. And at the top, it's probably titled funding source.
Mhm.
And so I'm going to be doing that, right?
Yes.
To help us with, and maybe to help us all out, because I want to make sure that, like when I hear water, that's something that probably should be paid for out of the utility fund.
That is correct. We are
Okay.
talking.
And,
yes.
and I think that's missing from this presentation,
Mhm.
so that we can all understand that this item or whatever this last position you were talking about,
Yes, sir.
whatever supervisor, well,
Yes,
that
sir.
sounds like it, but you may also, from your experience, or Amanda, from your experiences,
Mhm.
may also say 25% of the time they're doing stuff other than, because we do operate that way, don't we? We
We-
use best
Yes.
where we can best be of assistance
Mhm.
to accomplish the task, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm looking for here.
This is strictly utility fund only.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so
And
we're just talking about
yes, my first,
utility, not the public,
and I guess the-
because it's entitled public work.
yes, sir. And it's
That's
all, so under Public Works, we have what we're gonna be talking, I guess I should have clarified that at the beginning of this presentation. The first few departments we're gonna be talking about is paid through the utility fund. We're gonna be
Okay.
talking about our wastewater operations, water utility operations, our stormwater department, and our collection department.
Okay.
At the end of the presentation, we'll be talking about our our departments that are ran under the general fund, which is our park, streets, a shop, and building maintenance. So this first half will be on under specifically the utility fund, and then towards the end, we'll be talking about the departments that are under, because they are in Public Works, we're actually operated. Now, they don't ever cross, we don't ever pay for operations out of the general fund, but when
Okay.
we are talking about budget for Public Works, we do have to work through both funds.
Mhm.
So,
Okay. All right, thanks.
yes, sir. Is there any other questions on this specific? Because I mean, the benefits of doing this, I'll end it with this, is we already have people that can fill these roles, so we're not gonna have to be creating brand new positions that we're gonna have to create a whole brand, like have to find an extra $80,000, just throwing a number out there. We would only be seeing an increase on our end of 25,000, which cost saving from the full salary of that water operations supervisor. But it also will divide the responsibilities with clear focus in those two separate departments. And so you can have, and that is, and especially with this expansion we're about to do. One thing I have done in operations is when I first got here, you had all your operators checking everything in the city, lift stations, all the wells, the distribution system, the wastewater treatment plant. And one of the first things I did is kind of separated that. And we have a dedicated team at the wastewater treatment plant now. That's
So the folks that, let's not use folks, the positions that you all are seeking to elevate, what are those folks doing?
they are operators. Both of them are operators twos. One of them has his double C license. He's about to actually go test and get his B wastewater license. The other one has a double B license, about to get his A water. The double B license operator, his name is Martin Sasato. Y'all seen him up here a few times during presentations. He is the one that we have currently overseeing our water utility crew. So he oversees the meter techs. He's kind of the middleman between me and them. And so he's already doing the role. We just haven't been able to compensate him, give him the position. The same with the other one on the.
So they're already performing these tasks?
Yes, sir.
So who would then, if the council approves this, who would perform the tasks that they are responsible for?
They're still performing the same task.
Same task, they're just getting more duties.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we're just compensating them with the budgets.
They're already doing all of it?
Yes.
I got you.
When I had those conversations with them, we had to get, because it was, I'll just be honest, it was chaotic. There was no oversight. There was nobody kind of seeing what was going on. People were doing whatever they wanted. So I implemented this and I'd had that conversation with them. I said, I can't promise y'all something's going to happen down the road, but I really need y'all to step up. And both of them have done that job already. So we won't be taking anything away. Everything will be still being done. It's just kind of.
You're adding the responsibility officially,
Sir.
you're adding the title and the compensation
Yes.
officially to what they've already been
That is
doing.
correct.
I got you.
And so these two gentlemen, how do I say this? While everybody at Public Works was receiving pay increases for their positions, these two gentlemen did not receive one. They waited
Yes.
until this
This
appropriate.
part, okay,
Yes.
okay, gotcha.
Can I just,
Ms. Griffin.
so the two people that are already in positions will be moved to
We're renaming. their
rename?
position.
Okay, I got that.
It's-
Cause I was
it's-
wondering what was happening to them.
So,
Okay,
so the pay increase will come with funds that are already budgeted.
okay,
So we're not asking for additional funds for them. We're
okay,
just asking for a title change.
okay, I got it.
Yes.
All right.
So moving on from that to the next slide, and then my second point for this for Public Works admin, getting actually into the administration side, is when looking into the budget, I know we were brought the task of trying to make budget cuts and figuring out how we're going to do that in the general fund specifically. I know we just talked about how operations doesn't mix in with general funds. We do have some of that going on right now. As of right now, Amanda Hobby, our Assistant Public Works Director, and our administrative assistants, their salary is being pulled out of Department 12, out of the general fund. I am making a proposal to transfer that over to the utility fund, and that would give us a cost saving of $120,000 estimated. It's a little over that, but in the general fund. And then we will have, originally they were being taken out of I wasn't a part of the conversations. I don't know what the move around or the idea or thought process was after going through the budget myself. To me, it doesn't make sense. But I am just requesting that we go ahead and transfer them back to the utility fund, and that will give us more leeway in our general
That'll
fund.
free up more money in the general.
And
fund.
So, do you want to take this one? I think we probably gonna be thinking the same thing.
Go ahead.
So, the Assistant Public Works Director does more than just supervise the utilities, correct?
that's correct.
So how do you suggest that we pay for that position 100% out of utility when that person has also?
I mean, I guess
Well-
the same argument could be made for Public Works
All
Director.
admin.
All admin does
All admin.
work in all departments in general fund. In the perfect world, which we can talk about later on down the road when our finance department is more settled,
Mhm.
is that we probably could pull from both funds to fund. But as of right now, when we don't have any of that going on. We have a huge chunk of that being taken out of general fund without that ease from the utility fund.
So again, if that position is supervising not just utilities,
Yes,
but other parts of the operation, even if it's an 80-20 split,
Mhm.
whatever that looks like, I am thinking that part of their salary may have to still come out of the general fund, at least part of it.
Yes, sir.
That's just my initial
Yeah.
sense of it.
And
We can get it clarified though.
And I have that same thought process. I just didn't know if that was something we were ready to
Split it, yeah.
to
I
talk
got you.
about. It makes sense to me because as of right now, there is no split. It's 100% being taken out of general fund.
Yeah, I got you, I got you.
And trying to cut back and relieve some of
Yeah.
the general fund.
Pressure.
The utility is self-funding, so we would be well more than taken care of while we get that slack back to the general fund if needed.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem.
This might be Miss Holly and Monica's question. In actual fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 24. There is a transfer into the utility fund for something called Fund 39 of $1.7 million. What's Fund 39? No. GLO Ike recovery. Then apparently, according to that, that was our reimbursement from Ike and it went to the utility fund. But that's the year it disappeared. I told you when the disaster fund disappeared. It was strange. Now.
And then we'd have to try to understand why, and if in Ike, if there were major damage damages to our utility system.
Yeah.
That may have been what this is about, but to Mayor Pro Tem's point, there was no explanation behind how it ended up here. Again, it very well may have been damage to our utility systems. They were repaired, and the reimbursement went there, but we don't have any trail, any notes to say why it ended up.
And just remember for Ike was a Galveston event. It was not necessarily a mainland event. So that's why I'm curious about, yeah, Alice, you had something?
You gotta come to the microphone, Miss Ashley.
What's the what?
The total in the
What's
fund.
the total dollar
Two
amount?
2.72 million.
1.6.
It says transfer in Fund 39, 1.781. This one. Utility fund revenues.
It's in the utility fund now. It's ours. Y'all can't have it back.
If we just have to-
We just got
Yeah,
one
we
more month left, Amanda. Let it ride.
Then I'll just follow up on that one. And Mr. Osteen began this morning by reminding us of the permitted uses of impact fees.
That's right.
And I'm concerned when I see a flat rate of $500,000 for all of these years. And even for a proposed year of this budget year of $500,000, when it's not tied to permitted uses. It's all, I'm just asking, you understand? Just asking.
Where you?
It's on, it's the page of the budget book.
What tab are you on?
Utility fund revenue under tab 22.
It told us you.
Oh, right there at the bottom.
Yes, sir.
You talking about impact fees?
Your impact
Yeah,
fees.
gotcha. Okay.
And those were transferred into utility fund. And not to say they can't be,
Yeah.
but there has to be some nexus.
Yeah.
Some connection.
Yeah.
And it seems to me, probably Mr. Osteen would agree that it's not a fixed sum every year.
Correct.
You know, from your experience too, Ms. Holly.
Correct.
Shouldn't, so
It's
that's
project specific.
project specific, there you go. So that's just a little marker there, whatever you want to tag that. And might impact those numbers too.
Yeah.
So. Thank you, that's all.
Are you ladies looking?
We got a total from Ike of 2.931 $4.89
2,900,000.
31 $432.89.
Okay,
And then this number that y'all are talking about is 272701389, which is a difference of 204,419. So I don't know.
So Miss Ashley, maybe Ms. Hobby would know, this predates, Mr. Burrow. When you see this, when you see an Ike reimbursement, the idea is that those monies were already expended. And so the city, the municipality, in some sort of an effort to stabilize the municipality and its infrastructure, again, so we're not putting out any misinformation, in an effort to stabilize the municipality and its infrastructure to make sure that it is working properly in those storms, expend funds to do that. And when the president declares an emergency, it makes some of those expenditures refundable through what used to be FEMA. I don't know where it is now. Still FEMA at this point. And so when you see that line, when you're saying, we want to be clear, when you're saying, Ms. Ashley, the city received roughly $2.9 million, you're not saying that the government just gave us $2.9 million. What you're saying is the city has been able to recoup $2.9 million
Yes.
from the expenditures of stabilizing our infrastructure. There you go.
Typically FEMA gives us, up to 75% back on what we spend if we cross our Ts and dot our Is. And I think in the event that we can, I think on this one, we might actually get more than 75% back from barrels, so. It's all about due diligence and following the paper trail.
PML class.
So while Miss Ashley is looking at that, did you want to proceed, Shannon? Well,
Yes.
you get.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Yes,
Point
sir.
that out.
And then just moving on, the final thing I'm asking for in the administration side of Public Works is that we consider and talk about creating a new line item, not line item, a new budget line specifically for Public Works Administration. Right now, as previously mentioned, Amanda Hobby, Shirley Trahan, the administrative assistant and the assistant public works director are being taken out of Department 12. Myself and the compliance specialists are being taken out of Department 24. And then Lisa Perez, our receptionist, is being taken out of Utility 22. So we're all mixed up into the budget. And our cost, our salary, what we, there's not really much, I guess, expense other than office supplies, some bathroom stuff like that. It comes out of that, but that's being broken out into I guess the budget as a whole. And we don't see true cost. We don't see what we're actually spending in wastewater operations. We don't see what we're actually spending in the street department. It's kind of mixed in. So creating a budget line for Public Works Administration will help us improve tracking of administration costs, not just administration costs, but we see a better visibility of expenses in all the other departments under Public Works. And it also is going to help us enhance that that transparency and the long-term planning. So when we sit down and start talking about budget like we're doing now, we'll actually know what's being spent. And that is what I'm proposing right now, is that we have that kind of separate. And then we mentioned earlier about possibly pulling some salary from, like, let's say 50% or whatever to fund the assistant public works director. If we had this separate budget item, we could see that easier instead of just kind of having it mixed in with utility fund stuff like that.
Clearly, you have an assistant public works director right now.
Yes, sir.
So when you say fund, you mean to alleviate some
Yes,
of
sir.
the, okay. I just want to make sure you're right. You're getting paid, right? Is that right, Amanda?
You hope so.
You get paid.
You want to give me more, I'll go with that too.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Follow up. And once again, Ms. Holly, on this item, and Monica. Even though we have yet to formally have what we'll call an enterprise fund, a utility fund.
Right.
Hopefully we'll get there. But what happens is there are transfers that are made from the utility fund to cover
Correct.
to the general fund to cover certain administrative costs and support things of this nature. What I have noted is, Ms. Holly and Monica, we can go back. We have not made adjustments. We've just worked with a single number on the transfer side. You understand? From the transfers that are being made from the utility fund side to cover administration to the general fund. Okay, that payment, that amount to cover the adjustments that Shannon is talking about and Amanda are talking about. There would be an adjustment then made for this budget year from the payment from the utility fund to the general fund.
Right, it should be showing as a revenue to the general fund.
Exactly, but I'm talking about the amount should adequately. It should be. It's not a stagnant amount every year.
That is correct.
That's my point.
Yes.
So that's what unfortunately we've done that. It's just you'll notice that it's the same amount
Okay.
for several years when
Okay.
it should reflect.
That's correct.
These changes that I hope I'm right.
Yes, you're
That's-
correct.
That's
Miss Holly. Mr. Brewer and Ms. Hobby are recommending that we have a new budget line for Public Works Administration. In your history and your experience, have you ever seen that?
I haven't, but it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it.
Okay.
I mean, there's multiple ways of getting things done, and if it would make it easier for Shannon and Amanda, then there'd be no reason against it.
See,
So as we move forward, we're gonna actually now get into the actual well, I say actual working departments. We are working departments, but the ones that are actually out there in the.
no, it's in the atmosphere now, Shannon.
But
Amanda's getting all that money. Y'all sitting in the air conditioner,
man, oh man. Yeah.
huh? She said, I wish. Good.
But we're gonna start off in wastewater operations 24, utility 24. And this is actually one of our more healthier departments. You can see here on the org chart, we do have a wastewater plant operator 2. That is, we also have a plant operator 1 and 3 plant operator trainees. We also have this lift station operator position that was recently approved that we're still interviewing for. Under that, usually lift stations, now I will kind of clarify, usually lift station operations is under collection system and not wastewater treatment. The reason why we've kept it under here and under the operations of the wastewater is because for the past 6 years, probably longer, our wastewater operators were the ones to check in the lift stations, not our collection system. So they would be the ones training this person if the training is needed. So we kind of just kept it here just to make it that way our collection eventually we'll move that over, but I need my collection crew focused on what we're having to improve there, which I'll get more into later on. But we know that we're about to be building a new treatment plant. We're about to hopefully do a rehab. I know we talked about that earlier of the existing plant. So we have a lot of good things coming up for that. So there's not really much that we're specifically needing this budget year other than what we've talked about. The only thing I would like to try to do, I've talked about this before, I've currently am working with HR. She mentioned this, but specifically with operations, when we're talking about certification pay and like license incentives, usually when you get like a B license with TCQ and you move into a C license, there's usually some sort of step up pay. You get promoted from operator trainee to operator 1. You get that increase in pay. Not only that, which we don't have. We just got a few guys who just got, well, one guy that just got a C license and he's making the same as a guy with a D license. And with the problem with that is first our treatment plant, we have it's a 3 MGD about to be 5.25 million gallons a day. That's what the MGD stands for. Because of the size of the plant, we first off have to have a B licensed operator there. Anything 1 million gallons or more a day, you have to have a B licensed operator. If not, the state's going to hammer down on you. So you have to be able to afford one. You have to keep one on staff. You can have one, and the TCQ's kind of been a little more lenient recently on some of this, so they allow other operators to work under somebody's license, but you still have to be able to keep these operators. And so with that, when we're talking about step up pay, cert pay, and looking at a pay scale, we know that you're working on one across the board for the city, but there also has to be a specific focus for our licensed operators. Because at any moment, I know it's the same in a lot of different areas, but right now a lot of cities are fighting for operators. I almost would say we're lucky to have what we have. It was more of strategic planning, training from within. Every single operator we have right now, other than myself, had been trained here in the city of La Marque. They started off with no license. We sent them to schooling. We trained them up here, and we've been able to build them up from within the city. And so that has just been a huge accomplishment. A lot of cities are still trying to pull up other operators and all these others, but we do have good operators. They have their license. They're been able to do more than we've ever been able to do before. And I just want to make sure that we are able to keep them long term, that they're not being pulled. And as of now, there really is nothing in place for that. When we have these positions that are open, or we don't even have these positions going up from operator trainee to operator 1. Now, when you look at the pay scale, you see operator trainee, operator 1, and then operator 2. but there really isn't nothing there stating. Those positions were kind of forced in. I don't even know if they were ever brought to council, to be honest, that were forced in by previous administration. And it was really a way to get them pay increases, but there was no set number. So money, in all honesty, money was being thrown around. You have one guy who has the same license making like almost $8 more than another guy, just because those positions were. And so we need something in place that, first of all, says this is what you're going to make when you get these licenses. And then also when we're talking about cert pay, if you get this license, because we want our guys to go out and get their license, we want our guys to be able to hold their license. If you're able to get these licenses, here's what the certification pay you're going to get for that, not just for wastewater operations, for our water utility operations, along with our collection system operations.
And our guys used to get cert pay. I want to say the last time somebody received certification pay for public works was 2008, maybe 2007, 2008. And nobody's received cert pay since then.
Slower.
So you said these plants have to be monitored. Is that a 24-hour day process or just, daytime, busy time, or how's that work?
Yeah, so they they don't have to be monitored 24 hours because of the size of the plant. We technically we have certain we have a permit. On the permit through TCEQ, it says we have to sample so many times. And so we're like sampling, we have to check our chlorine residual once a day. We have to check these things periodically. Now we keep a full staff because we know we have, the operations, you still got to operate the plant. I know of a couple of plants in different areas that are supposed to be able to operate on their own that never worked correctly. I used to work at one over in Galveston, and you could go back and look in the news how so many millions of gallons of sludge got dumped into the bay because of these self-operating plants. But yeah, we don't have to have a 24/7 staff there, but we do still need to operate this plant. When you start looking into the the operations of a wastewater treatment plant, I don't want to dive too deep into this because I could talk all day on this subject, but there's bugs you got to keep healthy, and they're eating the bacteria, and you got to keep the aeration going. You got to do the repair work, dereactive pumps. So there's a lot of day-to-day stuff that has to be completed there, along with our permitted stuff.
But we have staff that cover the plant for 7 days a week.
Yeah.
That are there they work 10-hour shifts.
They work 4 10s right now.
4 10s.
So we have 2 shifts working 4 10s, so we can cover a 7-day, because you still have to check the chlorine residual every single day. You still got stuff. So we don't want to pay somebody to come in to take a 5-minute test. And then, so we keep that schedule where we're not, I know at one point they were paying overtime every weekend for somebody to come out, and then we kind of changed that around. So we now have the schedule. So we do have operators working on the weekends, but they are still working their 40-hour shifts throughout the week.
Do you have a SCADA system?
Not yet. We have been working to implement one. We need to talk about that. We need to find the contractor we were working with kind of ghosted us. And so we need to you and I need to have that conversation.
So if you're not a 24-hour operation, how are you monitoring what's happening at your plant?
Just when we're there during the day. Yes, ma'am.
And I can say I've been here 20 years. It's been this way for 20 years.
So would I guess along what I think Ms. Holly's trying to understand, you just said to us earlier, Mr. Burrow, that city to the south of us had a plant that was unsupervised and they had a terrible accident or
Yes.
incident. So what's preventing us from having that same terrible incident?
So that was a different design. They had these they have these decanters that operated by themselves. We don't have decant tubes that operate by themselves. They won't lower them unless we lower them. We do have an alarm system on our our bar screen. So if the level gets too high, that will kind of trigger an alarm and give a call out. But other than that, it's just doing your daily checks throughout the day. And when you're leaving, just one final check. It's not ideal. We do, a lot of cities are moving towards that. It is something that we have talked about, that we have looked into doing. It was something that was being worked on by previous administration that kind of got dropped. Something that we were trying to work with the previous that kind of But we do have now, I will say that with the skate, when they were out here working, we do see some SCADA. So we do see, we can look at our water towers and we can see those from the system itself. I can look at the water tower and the pressure from my home. It just hasn't been implemented into the treatment plant. But with the but with also the expansion and with the rehab we're doing, that's one thing we talked with the engineers about. And all equipment that we're installing are going to be able to be SCADA ready. Yes. So that we're kind of working on that, getting ourselves set up to where we can implement it. And so.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Joe.
What was that term you used? Skaterade?
It's SCADA. I'm sorry. It's a remote, it's supervisory control. What does the A stand for?
I don't remember off the top of
So
my head.
essentially, it's a computer program that is watching all of the levels if you're doing water. So you don't have SCADA in water either?
Supervisor control and data acquisition.
Okay.
But yes.
So it's a dashboard
Oh,
that shows everything that's happening. And then, so you are on a 24-hour monitoring. And if any of the levels go off, it's alerting you so that you don't end up dumping into the bay if your pump stop or something happens or you're not backing up into houses. That would be a priority.
oh, very good.
So you're saying we don't have?
No,
No.
no, sir.
But we're
Yeah.
going to.
We're going.
We're gonna work on it.
We're working. You're gonna get together with,
It's,
okay.
it's pricey.
You're gonna get together with
Yeah,
somebody
we
who
just
knows
found $2
about it.
million, so we're gonna be.
Okay.
Don't
Communi-
test us on that.
Communities of 5,000 have SCADA systems.
Okay. Okay.
And
you
we
li-
can,
It's not that we haven't tried to implement SCADA systems.
It's-
I've been here quite some time. Every time it gets brought up, they look at the cost.
Not a
it gets-
priority.
It's not.
and they've actually, and it's not just that, they've started it. And then somebody else would come in and they wanted to use a different company. And so they scrap what was already started and
Oh,
start over again.
Which-
And then that was kind of the same situation that we've been fighting. But we do have some, like, we can see the water towers. Our water towers, our pressures, we can actually see that. That was implemented, we can still see it. The contractor that was doing that work, just stopped. I think, I wanted to try to find someone anyway, and I've talked with, our city engineers on this, Attico. So we have looked into other options and, but you and I can have a long.
Okay, thank
And
you.
you live in La Marque, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Let me ask you another question. Clarify something for me. The let's see. This goes to the discharge agreement that we have with Republic Waste.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I'm a bit concerned that as of right now, looks like last year we earned 700,000 from that discharge. And previously, we had earned up to $1 million, by the way, previously. And up to right now, at least according to this figure, Monica, up to date through, I guess, June or July, we've only generated 400,000. It's when I see these nice round figures, I get nervous.
Yeah.
Truthfully, it's not
Yeah.
exact.
Yeah.
So I'd like to get a sense that this is accurate.
And I do know there was a request made to Republic last year that they would throttle down a little bit just because we were redoing the lift station. And there was some concerns with previous director that the lift station would not be able to handle what they were putting on us. That has been made, so a conversation can be had with Republic. We do need to probably have I would say a touch base meeting with them, with the new city manager, interim city manager, and then myself.
And you may not remember this, but part of the agreement to bring back this discharge service to Republic was that we would be getting, the city council was concerned, I think on a quarterly basis, a environmental report that all the levels
A manifestation.
You were within the, and we have yet to see one. I mean, I haven't, I don't know, but we have yet to see a report on that regard.
I believe they gave one verbally. I don't believe we got a.
Oh, really?
written.
And that's something that we could look into. It's just, that was done just before
Yeah.
previous administration stepped down and we stepped up.
So Shannon, there's
Just
estimate in here of another 700,000 for the budget year. You're saying is probably not accurate?
I would say more than likely not. I would feel more comfortable answering that question once we have a conversation with Republic. That would be. So,
Thanks.
yes, sir.
Before you move on, the SCADA system, what are we looking at? How much?
If we're gonna, I guess, start from the beginning, which we'll have to do, just kind of, I don't know if there's anybody that would work with what we already have in place. Just a real rough estimate. If we're just doing bare minimum, maybe about 400, 500,000.
$500,000's not a bad number.
Okay.
See, Shannon.
Yes, sir. So moving on to our collection system, this is still under Utility 24. In Utility 24, we do have our wastewater operations and our collection system operations. Right now in our collection system, we have 4 guys total working on our whole collection system. We have our wastewater collection foreman. We have an equipment operator. He's our Class A CDL equipment operator that we have. And then we have our 2 maintenance workers. What I would like to start off by first requesting is an additional field position for this specific department. They're one of our weaker teams. They're when I say weaker, I don't mean they're not doing the job right. They just don't have a lot of people. 4 people really isn't a lot, especially for our collection system and the work they're having to do. Every day they're going out, they actually are starting to do more repair work on our collection lines. If you actually look at our contractor call outs compared from last year to this year, it has decreased drastically. And that was another conversation I had with both my foremen from water utility and from our wastewater collections, is that we need to get off of contractors if it's work y'all can do. So they've been out there doing a lot of that work, digging. They've been, our equipment operator has learned how to use the mini excavator, and they're doing a really good job at that. But on top of that, they also run the jet machine. They have to clear out blockages, and they have to, and it's not just clearing out blockages that people call about. We don't want to, well, we got to run the mains because we want to be proactive in cleaning our system and not waiting until it's backing up into somebody's house before we go out and clean it. And then they're cameraing the lines, they're inspecting the manholes. When it rains, when we do have our SSOs, I do rely on them to go out and report the known areas. If there's unknown areas, I mean, we don't drive around the whole city trying to find but the known ones they are. So as of now.
Shannon, would you just explain SSO for the?
Yes, ma'am. It's a sanitary sewer overflows. So when the manholes are overflowing, when you see the sewer going out, that's the SSOs. Those are sanitary sewer overflows. So we do report those to TCEQ, but we have 24 hours from the initial overflow to send out just an email letting them know that we are aware of these issues, and then we have 5 days after the event to do a written report to them. But when we're talking about the team as a whole, we need at least, and I say at least 3 guys during repair work. You need a guy operating the excavator. You need a hole watch. You need a guy that's, if they're out near the street, that are waving people down. You need, once they're done digging the hole, you need the guys that are able to work on the lines. So if you're already down to 4 guys and that's it, and all of a sudden you have a major problem somewhere else and you're losing a guy, that's a problem. And that's kind of where we're at with our collection system. We're seeing that more and more of that now that we're trying to do more work. In a perfect world, I'd be sitting here requesting even more, but we'll get to that later on. I'm just asking right now for 1 extra person for our collection team, starting at 18 an hour, which you would see an increase of 37,440, and that's just the salary. We would have to get with finance to figure out the insurance and all that, but that is what we are requesting for our collection team. It will help relieve those pressure. It will help us in those emergency situations. It will help us build our collection team. We're doing as we're trying to do more work and being able to help alleviate some of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
There are, and just to be honest, there are some sanitary sewer overflows that happen just because of blockage that could have been cleaned out if we would have caught it in time. And so being able to have that team that's able to do that, well, it's just a huge improvement on the city. So I'm looking to build this from a 4-man team to at least a 5-man team right now.
And let me just throw in, because we've gotten in the habit of running these sewer mains and maintaining them like we should have been doing some years ago. Our on-call has cut down significantly.
Yeah.
Where we would get sewer overflow calls throughout the day, 100 of them throughout the week. We're down to maybe 10 a week, if that.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is really making a difference out there in the field. And adding one other person to that team just.
And I will just kind of add in on that to kind of hammer the point. There was a time when we were being asked by dispatch to please find someone else. Now we're being told they don't care no more because it's not as big as an issue as it used to be. They said we could continue to utilize them if it saves us money.
Yes.
So it went from please find somebody else to, oh, it's not that big of a problem no more.
When he's saying find somebody else,
As
it's to answer.
yeah, it's the answering service.
The
Yeah.
answering service. We were.
At the, just police
Yes.
dispatch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
So-
because they get inundated with calls. They
Yeah.
were getting
The
inundated with
emergency.
calls for
Yeah.
water leaks, sanitary sewer overflows, anything
Yeah.
like that, tree down the street. But because we have managed to knock out a lot of the sanitary sewer backups, they're okay with where we're at.
Yeah. So, but so just moving on, the next thing I'm requesting for our collection system is just a new sewer line camera system. The system we have right now is not great. It's almost like a small little easy to transport. There's not really the camera's kind of blurry. It doesn't work well at all. At one point, from what Amanda told me, y'all had a whole camera truck that fell apart. No one took care of it, from my understanding. For a new camera line system, we're looking at from 7,000 to 18,000, depending on just brands and types and just different, I guess, the length and the size, whether you're in the equipment you're going to use, the accessories. But we, with this camera system right now, we are doing a lot of, we're having to call contractors out for a lot of our camera work. We're only using our camera system for kind of like small readings just because of how it works. Just kind of slip it in just to take a look at it the best that we can. But with this, not only will this help us in our operations, it also helps reduce, it'll help increase our efficiency with line inspections, being able to easily see where our collapsed line are at without having to dig, without having to go into that aspect of it. It helps us helps us locate a lot of the blockages in the system, a lot of the breaks, as I mentioned earlier. It helps with excavation and that time frame that it takes to do that, because now we know ahead of time before we even get there. Also, with some of these newer camera systems, as we moving forward into the newer technology, and as technology is getting cheaper now, this camera systems also do recordings that you are able to pull up on your computer, and they can go and run a bunch of lines at once and then send it over to me, and then we can look, Amanda and I can pull it up on our computer screen and go through the lines ourselves, and as we make the reports to see where our damaged areas are at.
How many call outs a year do you think for the camera system?
I would say recently, it's not really, we call them out when we know there's a problem area. I would say probably about 10 to 11.
And how much is it per call out? We're just roughly ballpark.
It's probably about 800 to 2,000, just depending on the length that they're having to go. That's how they, I guess, charge is just length of line that they're.
So essentially pay for itself a year.
Yes, sir.
What is the length of this particular
Oh, the pictures, just so y'all, I'm not supporting any brand. I don't know the length of this specific one. It's just.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, what length are you all looking at?
The one that we
Aren't they
have
about
now-
usually 300 feet?
I was gonna say, I think the one that we have now is about 300,
300 feet.
350 feet.
I remember
Yeah.
my dad.
Our jet machine holds 600 feet. So we're looking at something at that capacity. camera
300 to
line,
600 feet?
600.
Yeah.
At least 600? Okay.
It's gonna, you mentioned something now. Mr. Lauer's question. This fee, who's that being charged to? Who's paying the fee?
Pay for what, huh?
You
When the
mentioned-
camera has.
Oh, the call out,
For the call
it's a contractor. We call, we,
It comes out of the utility. It
Yes,
comes out of
sir.
the department.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, we call the contractors out to do the work.
Because we don't have the camera.
Yes, sir. We don't have a
Oh,
good
I see
camera.
I see what you. Good.
So we have a camera we use for small jobs. It's just not good enough to do some of the longer
Okay.
lines.
Longer.
Yes, sir. So.
Yeah, this is just from your experience, and Ms. Holly too. I've been reading material lately, Strong Towns, I think you know that organization, but there are some communities that have, especially with equipment that's not used or staffed, that, or there's downtime sometimes, believe it or not. But they've priced their services, and a lot of it had to do with sewer and water. So if I wanted you to come to my property and run, I'm having problems with my sewer line, there's a charge affiliated with that. Or come and install a backflow preventer on my property because we know that that's going on. We don't do any of that. Okay.
We're precluded from working on private property. That requires a plumbing license from TCEQ. And so generally what happens is we can work in the right of way or close to the right of way for public works in terms of if some of that is right there at the property line. But once you get fully into the property, we're not allowed to be up there,
Even for a
So
fee, even for a fee.
especially for a fee.
Okay, all right. That answers
So,
that.
so easy to explain, if when you've got a property,
Mhm.
water meter back to the street is our area.
Okay.
That's where we don't go beyond the water meter. If, when we're talking about sewer cleanouts, most houses have them, most houses, it's just the mix. It depends on how old the house is.
Yeah.
Some houses have only their personal cleanout, some houses have the personal and the city side cleanout. We can only run the city side cleanout back to the service main. That's it. We cannot go, because once we go, if we touch their private cleanout, it's a lot. It's putting the city in a major bind.
Thank you.
Proceed, Shane.
Yes, sir. As we continue, we're gonna go to Water Utilities Department 22. This is one of our other our other healthier departments within our in Public Works. You can see recently this past year, and I just realized I forgot a little parentheses right there, but this past year, the meter techs were moved over to Public Works. They are still working with the it just slipped my mind. What's that department called? Utility billing. They're still working with utility billing, but they are working under Public Works. So we kind of are working together in that. I do know their full salary is being pulled out of the utility fund, out of Public Works. So they are under, we have this other plant operator too, we talked about earlier, Martin Sasada, who's kind of overseeing all the water utility operations. We have our water utility repair crew, which is led by Oscar Del Boscalas, along with that equipment operator. And as of right now, he has 4 maintenance workers under him. We do have another maintenance equipment operator position we just haven't filled yet for that department. That was another, speaking earlier with the collection team, this was a conversation him and I had also about let's start doing our own repair work, what y'all are able to do. I know he comes to me at least once a week and we talk about water loss, and he sees those numbers like the one I just gave you earlier, like 35, and he's the kind of guy that's like, man, he's like, I'm gonna see that at 0 one day. He tells me at least once a week he's gonna see that at 0. So they're out there, they're doing a pretty good job. We've been able to give them more equipment recently with these mini excavators and these trailers. We were able to get them, and so I know there's a few other items we're going to be purchasing for them. But the main thing we're needing for this crew at this moment is some dewatering pumps. We know at one point we had a 4-inch and a 6-inch. As many people know, our 6-inch was stolen, so we only have one 4-inch pump at the moment. For that one 4-inch pump for every department. So we use this 1 4-inch pump for stormwater, for water utilities, just every department right now is that, or we go and rent a pump. So we are asking for at least 1 4-inch and then 1 6-inch that will kind of help out with that. And this is for repair work when they have to pump water out of the system. This is also, we use these, and these pumps, I have them under water utility, but in all reality, when we use these pumps, we're using them in every single department in the city. If we're having to pump down a lift station, or if we're having, like during a hurricane when the power goes down and we don't have any backups at that time, which some of our lift stations, we know we don't have backups at the moment. We also are using them at our wastewater treatment plant. When
During heavy rainfall.
heavy rainfall.
Neighborhoods, it's taken on lots of water.
So we use these pumps for a lot of things, and as of now, we're just down to the one, and it's 1 old pump. So
Mayor, again, same question, because we get those from Mainland Tool, am I correct?
the pumps,
The
we've been getting
United
the
Rentals.
Or United Rentals.
Yeah, United Rentals.
So. Pump inside.
So
Yeah.
what is the cost now? Is it a weekly rental, an hourly rental?
you can do daily rentals, but we usually get it for the week, because when we do the math, that we don't know it's cheaper
cheaper to get
at
it,
the end of the day. So we're probably looking about $1,500 a week for a rental of the pumps. That's including hoses, because you got to rent the hoses also along with the pump. Those are separate. And so that's they come. So depending on how much hose you need for suction and discharges, so the rental fee I estimate to be about that much, but it can go up or down.
And again, like you said, heavy rainfall, when,
Yeah.
just a few months ago, we had, to get several pumps in
Yes.
different areas, just in my district.
Yeah.
So cost effective wise, it's pretty obvious to
Yeah.
move forward in it.
Sure.
So, we had an issue with one of our pumps being stolen.
Yes, sir.
How do we propose if we acquire one of these pumps, how are we gonna secure it?
Well, our first step we did is that we changed the way they were dropping those pumps off and leaving them on the trailer with the hitch still on. That's not happening no more. The moment I found out about that,
The hitch still on the trailer?
Yes, sir. That was, but also, when we do drop the trailer, if we're having to leave a trailer in a certain area, not only do we remove the hitch, we do call the shop out there that kind of help with, kind of remove some of the tires and stuff like that. What we need to do, though, the final solution, which I was talking with previous IT director, I have not been able to sit down and talk with Conrad on this just yet, but we do need to get some sort of GPS system, not just for pumps, but for all our equipment across the board. We have them on our trucks. We need them on our equipment. So.
Gotcha.
Yep.
See,
And for equipment, there's fairly cheap systems out there. We already have a GPS system for our fleet.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they can offer something for our equipment as well.
Yeah.
If not, Milwaukee, believe it or not, offers GPS location, equipment,
Yeah.
online, everything for
Yeah.
smaller equipment such as pumps and stuff.
And some vendors actually will sell you the equipment with that GPS is already built in. What's that? Oh, when we purchased the new trailers, they gave us we have the access, and we log in, created an account, so we now have. Oh, is this not working?
No.
Oh, my bad.
oh, speaking to the
Yeah.
microphone.
So, but you can have it. I talk
No, we're
loud.
good. We're good.
I talk loud.
I'll just sit like this.
But
What GPS system are we using currently for the fleet?
Verizon.
Oh, Verizon, okay.
Proceed, Mr. Bros.
Sure. As we move on, we're gonna go down to our stormwater department. We've done a really good job at building this department up from, I think last year we had only 3 guys hired on for this department. In the middle of that, one of our guys moved to a different department, which was our grade operator at the time. So having to move another grade operator in, and our grade operator at the moment is actually our mosquito sprayer also. So we have mosquito spraying under stormwater at the moment. But as of now, we have our stormwater foreman, our equipment operator, and then we have 3 maintenance workers along with 1 that we are able to hire. We also have this new equipment operator that y'all approved recently. We are interviewing I will be hiring this position. I'm just looking for the right fit. I'm not gonna just hire a random person for this job. We are either gonna hire somebody with great all experience already or have somebody moved up from inside with that training. That's the only way I'm gonna fill that specific position. So we are working on that. But I've gotten a lot of applications and a lot of interviews and I'm not gonna bring someone in that
Yeah,
doesn't
no
know
dice,
how to
huh?
do it.
So you're saying this equipment operator that's filled, this position also acts as the mosquito spray operator?
Yes, sir. And they spray it. I mean, there's no conflict in his duties during the day. They spray.
They spray in the evening?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And
gotcha.
only so.
We
He
pay
was moved
overtime?
over. He was underwater utilities. He got his mosquito license, and when he got it, they decided to move him over. So the decision when he moved over, he was actually moved over before I filled this role, and so he was given the role of equipment operator. And when I came in, I told him he had to learn how to drive that Gradall, or I'm going to move him to another position. And so that was.
So he learned how to drive the Gradall?
Yes, sir.
Is he
Yeah.
proficient?
He is. Yes, sir. He's doing. I know that it started a little rough, but we actually got a compliment the other day from DD.
Look at that.
Kenneth,
What's that?
Kenneth?
Mr. Lowry,
He
you
is,
just
yeah.
blurting out all information, Mr.
He's
Lowry.
done a really good job. I know we've been asking DD2 for this training with what's his name again? Murphy with DD2. And when we were talking to him the other day, he even said, like, why do y'all need my training? I drove around y'all city. It's like, y'all are doing a good job. They're like, no, we need this training because we already told the city we were going to get it. So it's like, you're stuck now. But they are doing a better job. Once again, I understand it was a little rough when we were in the learning process.
It's a process.
But they're getting there. They're doing a good job. I know I gotta tell my foreman sometimes it's all right, just because he wants to knock out the whole city in one day. He hits the ground running. He's excited. He wants to get the job done. I gotta just remind him that we're gonna get there, and
So when that position does mosquito spray, do we pay that position overtime? Is it a flex?
As of now, we pay it overtime. This is a conversation I've had with Amanda. I was having with previous administration that we should probably, if we're gonna go into next year, this year we're gonna just a few more months, we'll be done with mosquito spraying. But going into this next year, we need to consider maybe even a part-time position because they're only spraying 4 hours a night for just a couple days a week. So it's like they spray
12 to 15 hours maybe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're so it's not. I guess it doesn't make sense to have somebody just when we're already down a bunch of guys anyway to switch
Makes
shifts
sense.
around. So gotcha. But with going forward with our stormwater department, we know we have our grade off. The next thing that they're going to need, and it's going to be we looked at a whole bunch of different equipment. One thing we want to get is a combo vac. It's a combo vac and hydro excavator truck. This version that we've looked at that we've seen is actually a smaller version than normal vac trucks. They do not require a CDL to drive. They're really just efficient. They're easier. They're compact, so that it's easier to drive down in those tight areas. It also is gonna because it's a hydro excavator. You're able to dig in certain areas safely without having to mess up the fiber lines and anything else that might be in the way. This also will help with cleaning culverts. Right now, they use a mix of our jet machine from which we have our collection crew using, so they're kind of going back and forth. And when the collection crew has to use the jet machine, then we have to hold off on being able to clean some of these culverts. So we are requesting that we are to consider purchasing this. We do have an estimated cost of 70 to 100 grand to get one. And we will be, I will say a lot of what we're about to talk about from here on out is going to be major equipment, especially in the street department. I understand our budget's tight. It just wouldn't be fair to my employees. It wouldn't be fair to the guy without us at least mentioning these are things that we need. So we are bringing this to y'all for us to make a decision with the understanding that we may not get it now, but we don't need to forget that these are equipment that we do need. And we will, but before I move forward, is there any questions on this combo truck?
What kind is it for $100,000? Seems kind of.
So this is a $500,000 piece of equipment right here.
Right.
So this is what we currently have right now.
Mhm.
Now, when we had our Public Works Association BBQ Cook-Off, there were vendors out there that were set up. There was two different vendors out there that they both have smaller compact units that we're not, for the stormwater, we're not so much sucking water up, to where we need a unit this big, a tank this size. It's a smaller unit. We're more for the hydro excavation on it, the vacuum. It ranges depending on what size tank you want. It could go from 70, the starting price is 70, up to 130.
Is
So
it like on
it's
a,
set-
like an F-550 chassis, or is it like?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you, okay.
It's a very, it's compared to what we have right now, it's a very small unit.
Gotcha.
But it is efficient enough to get stormwater where they need, what they need for their site.
Shannon, just, I've said it before, I think it would be helpful that in terms of working on the budget for all of us, you could probably get some pricing already for this from HGAC buy.
Mhm.
And then plug in the numbers.
Yes, sir.
So we can at least plan it at some
Yeah.
point. And the other thing, Ms. Holly, I'm just sitting here and this is for clarification. When we get this, the conclusion, we'll get a new book. It'll actually have the expenditure side, because everything that I see here is just revenues.
Yes, you will have expenditures.
And
What do you mean everything you see is?
well, this book here. As I started going
Is
through it,
expenditures, you mean?
it's all basically revenue. Well, certain of them, certain departments have the expenditures, but I was looking for expenditure, for example, on utilities. And I don't find it. I find a revenue side, but I don't find a expenditure sheet. Unless someone helps me out, I see streets.
Are you talking about specifically for the utility fund?
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
I just said.
What about utility operations?
27?
Yeah. But they
Yeah,
were listed on separate ones.
Yeah, the fund expend, they're just not together.
Yeah, they're not together.
In my blind.
So 27 are the expenditures.
And 25 also has utility operations in it.
So, then for clarity purposes, I was looking at our last year's. You talk about different funds on the utility side. There is let's find this tab.
I think there's a lot of them.
Yeah, they're all,
So when we're talking utility goes from utility billing all the way up to stormwater. Utility billing is utility 21. Waterwork operations is utility 22. Sewer operations is utility 24. Utility 26 is not in use, hasn't been for a couple of years, which was what we were talking about possibly moving administration to for public works. And then you have utility 27, which is your stormwater. So utility is broken up into, like you have your general fund that has your admin, your fire, your police, your library. Utility 2 has its own breakdown of its funds.
So let me ask you this, because we've been dealing with this for about ever since I can remember. I'm sorry, guys. It's the afternoon and I am sleepy. You sleeping? Let's just take a nap, Joe. Why are we calling these departments utility this 24 and 28 and 39? Why won't we just say utility and then put the name so that we as council people coding? So is there any way for us to rename it for us to understand it? Or maybe add a name to it?
So
Utility, whatever,
So that's
22?
what, that's what it is. So when we're looking at it, when you go back and you look at your budget, you've got, all this is utility fund. You've got utility fund, water line maintenance. You've got utility fund, utility operations, utility fund, stormwater.
An easier way to look at it is general and enterprise. So what they're calling utility is an enterprise fund, which means it's supposed to pay its own way.
And they're broken down, right, Ms. Holly? Into
Yes, sir.
different. So could we get maybe a more of a description in the title so that our minds can?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we talk about this primarily once a year, and it's always, if we're not, really focused, it can be And if it's confusing for us,
It is.
Those that are
We do it
listening, I'm
every day,
sure.
So we're used to it, but I understand where you're
Right,
coming
right, right.
from.
We can
do
certainly
better.
work on
Yes.
that.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
were you done, Jeff?
Well,
No.
I'm looking at the what's also lacking, I'm just saying this, and is and I'm not I've asked for these, we don't get them. We should be getting monthly financials that show us where we're at within budget, percentage wise, we're over. Occasionally we'll get these reports. I remember the last one.
It's typical that you would be getting your, I know what former Councilor Olstein is saying.
Yeah.
You should be getting both the checkbook, you should be getting the monthly information. I've not worked in this financial system, so I've got to see what it is. And we're supposed to be doing budget. I mean, I'm sorry, the packet now, but we'll have to wait till we're done here.
Helpful, as I said, as you're talking about these numbers, at least for me to understand how much of a percentage increase is your ask. What does that represent?
Okay.
What does that represent over last year? That's all.
Proceed, guys.
Sure. As we continue, the next piece of equipment we're gonna be requesting for our stormwater department is 2 dump trailers for stormwater grading. As of now, we're using a flatbed truck along with just our regular trucks as they're grading. It makes the job a little bit slower because it's not enough capacity in those areas. So they're having to, as they're digging, they're filling up, then they're driving off. And so going back and forth. We did look at dump trucks also. They do have more capacity in dump trucks, but with dump trailers, not only are they more cost efficient, it's not required a CDL to drive them around. We used them during Barrel. We rented some from Mainland Tool during Barrel. They worked real well for that. We're not just, so if we ever needed something to be able to go pick up some debris after a storm, we would have those on hand also on top of with grading. They're about 10 to 15 grand each. So to get 2, we're looking anywhere from 20 to 30,000.
Very good.
Where do you take the dirt, I guess?
We take it to the yard for right now.
The yard.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna be moving out of utility funds. So if y'all have any other questions about any utilities, before we move on into the general side and talk about streets. Then
Let us think if our minds will allow us.
Yes.
And we'll
Yes, sir.
yeah. But you can proceed
so
what?
to the street department.
Street.
yes, so we're moving from utility fund into the general fund. And so I just wanted to make sure before we made that move. So we're gonna look at our street maintenance team. This is Department 12. Right now, we have 10 people in the street department. Now, at first glance, that seems like it's a lot in one department. But in all reality, of those 10 people, we currently have 4 people that are focused on street repair. The others are split up between our mowing department. We do have 3 people whose focus is on mowing. And then we have 2 people whose focus more on the traffic side of it. We have our traffic technician along with a maintenance worker that works alongside her. With that, that's all the signs and just some of the light stuff like that. So we do have 2 people focused on that. So our street department, and we had this conversation when I did the presentation on streets. It's not that great. We're really struggling here, and I know this is the year that we're looking to have to find ways to make some cuts. But I'm still gonna sit here and say we need at least 4 more or 3 additional. I'm gonna start off just 3 additional people for the street crew. If we looking at 3, if we pay them at 17 an hour right now, that would be an annual cost of $106,080 to have those 3 people. They would be entry-level positions. We would have to train them, but we are in desperate need, especially with this new equipment we're getting. If we're gonna want one person to operate a pothole patch truck while another person is out there helping clean ditches stuff, and helping keep with the other work that needs to be done, We just don't have enough people right now. We're also looking at getting, eventually getting a milling machine, a hot mix asphalt truck. And my big thing, and I've told Amanda this, I would rather get the people in place first, because if we don't have the people and we have the equipment's going to be sitting, it's going to get rusty, it's going to get messed up. It's just, we're going to be wasting our money. We have to get the people in place, or the equipment, and we just spent a lot of money for nothing. So I am requesting right now that we get at least 3 additional people in the streets department. Well, if there's
No questions about that, Shane.
yes, sir.
You laid that out pretty plain.
Going on to our equipment request, we know that we got this this pothole pad trailer. We talked about that, but we're still going to be limited in the amount of work that we're going to be able to do with that piece of equipment. That's just to do patches. That's just to it will last longer than the cold mix that we've been doing. Because our cold mix it's not even a machine, it's just a bucket that we're hammering down. So it's
We're using cold mix and tampering it down,
Yeah.
and the Durapatch trailer that we purchased is using emulsion it stays plugged in during the night, and it stays running 24/7, and it stays at a certain temperature. So once they pour it, once they spray that emulsion on the ground, you can immediately start driving over it. And it sets it.
Wow.
So, but we know we seen it when I was here that day. We saw how many people were here. It was almost as much as a regular council meeting, if not more, when we were talking about streets. That is a big deal right now is streets. So we do need to put. We focused on stormwater a couple of years ago. We're not there, but we did better. Now we need to do a focus on streets, in my opinion, this year. And with the extra people, we do need to look into a milling machine. And then a hot mix asphalt truck. We do have, usually with this, you do have a roller, which I'm going to get to later on, but we are going to already be purchasing the roller with the ARPA funds that was already kind of put into that. So we don't need to try to find extra money for that specific piece of equipment. But with the milling machine, it's an estimated cost about $160,000. And then with our hot mix asphalt truck, we're looking to be about $200,000. To get those pieces of equipment. But once again, if we're gonna want to stop, I guess relying on contractors to actually do some real street work, that's what it's going to require us.
Have you thought about a zipper?
That's a part of this
That's the
milling
milling
machine.
machine.
Yes, ma'am. So we have
Okay, so that's what you're
Yes.
calling the
Yes.
milling
Yeah.
machine.
yes.
We-
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
just keep throwing out milling.
I actually got this
Okay.
on here as a picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So that is a part. We call it milling machine zipper. It's but that is
So Asphalt Zipper is the brand name?
that's
What's the brand name?
Zipper is the brand name?
But it's they do the with the zipper you just get a backhoe and you're slowly pushing it. It hooks up to it, and then you're tearing up the street pretty much to get ready to lay the
Yeah,
asphalt.
Ms. Holly and I were talking about that yesterday.
We did that at Boldy. They came in and did one part.
Yeah.
I was out there, we did the demonstration for the zipper
Zipper.
and the actual
Where's
zipper
that?
itself.
At
on
Boldy, at the end
Volney.
of
Oh,
Boldy.
Yeah.
Yes, and then we brought in a contractor to come and do the asphalt overlay.
Yeah.
And just remember though, the heavy trucks that have been working on the new lift station in that area at least, that's been damaged and it's gonna need some.
That road right there, and I there might be a bigger issue with that road because we fixed it a few times. It gets messed up every few years or so. So
The good news with some of our streets, you won't even need to use that. So.
What's- yeah.
Leave it alone this time, leave it alone.
We're gonna
Just leave it be where. Let
so-
it sit.
as we move on.
Go ahead, Shane.
The next piece of equipment I'll be requested for the street department is a regenerative air street sweeper. This is more expensive than a mechanical street sweeper. The reason why we're not looking into a mechanical street sweeper, we've had one for a long time. What? I thought it was mechanical.
No, we
That's-
don't mess
oh.
with mechanical.
Okay,
because
well-
Mechanical just pushes around.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it pushes it to aside. Yeah,
Mechanical moves it around. It doesn't actually pick it up. We
It
have a
creates more
problem.
problems, especially your
Yes.
stormwater side. And so when you have a mechanical air street sweeper, all you're doing is just pushing the debris somewhere else.
Mechanical error. And
Yeah,
this is
or
a
regenerative.
regenerative.
Well, the clean
It's a
streets will
vacuum.
pick it up. It also helps with supporting our stormwater department, not making it where you're not pushing in things into the ditches, where you're not
Yeah,
pushing
yeah.
things out of the way. It actually gets it off the streets. It makes the street, it gets all the fine particles that a mechanical street sweeper will not pick up. So it does just a better job. It is more expensive. We're looking at a brand new regenerative air street sweeper. We're looking at about $250,000 to $300,000.
Okay.
So that's our current street sweeper is in the shop. It's been in the shop. We've already been told it's not worth fixing. It's not worth fixing. So
It's in hospice. It's gonna be in hospice in a minute.
It's there. It's
Yeah.
there. It's there.
So
She did us good though. I mean, I think she's a 2008, I believe. She's 2008, 2012. I get them mixed up, but it's that's the thing with equipment. Once you start putting them in the shop, it's time to trade it
Time to
out.
call a family in. Say your last goodbyes.
Because once it goes past its warranty, you're gonna pay a lot of money to keep it on. the road.
Gotcha, gotcha.
so
Now, this next slide, this doesn't look like a street sweeper.
yeah, I just noticed that myself. I'm not asking for a second. Amanda did a good job checking my work. Yeah, it does say.
And Amanda, you know, I thought it was a, no, I was kidding.
Yeah, we're requesting, it's a tractor with batwing mower attachments is what
Yeah.
we're requesting here. We do want to do kind of a better job at mowing our ditches, mowing our bigger land areas. This helps out with that. It helps us mow more efficiently and those without having to rely on multiple people, or especially when you're in our ditches. We do have a couple of those boom arm mowers, which we're going to talk about here in a minute. But even then, some of these ditches are hard to get to. So we are still, we're going to still be requesting for this tractor with the batwing mower attachments. The estimated cost for both the tractor and the attachment, so both of them combined is about $90,000.
So, you know, we have a policy, that any ditch that is more than 4 feet
Yes, sir.
deep,
Yes, sir.
we mow those.
That's correct.
Yes.
Would this then be the solution to those problems?
So that's what we have the slope mower for, the boom mounted mower. But we have one that is, I think we purchased it back in 2017. She's starting to have problems in and out of the shop. We have a New Holland that's probably as old as I am. That's still fairly running, that we rely on whenever the other ones broke down, that we utilize for these deep ditches. This is for ditch work, and it is for also large field work too.
So, but it could do the
Absolutely.
4 feet problem.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
got you. Oh, proceed, Shannon. Go ahead, Joe.
At the TML convention, they had a great video, and I can find it on YouTube as well too. It's these kind of like those, what is it, remote vacuum cleaners? but
Oh,
now
yeah,
It's the remote
Say the word, we'll buy one right
Mowers, the
now.
mowers.
it's a remote, yeah.
mentioning the
Yeah.
pricing, what I recall, it was not far off. And that seems to me to be far more effective in what we're trying to accomplish for our ditches. And we can do more without with one person, right? It's programmed and it's a larger one and
I haven't personally, and I probably just need to do more research. I haven't seen one for ditch work. I've seen the electrical mowers, but I will look more. into
Oh, it
that,
was.
'cause
and even
I'm trying to figure out how, because I know at the angles and sometimes there's stuff in the way.
the
that
one
sensor
that they
will get-
demonstrated had a 45
Okay.
degree
Yes, yes.
Okay.
slope.
And they're very interesting. I just, we have not put it in the budget because, we just haven't.
Yeah.
I don't want people to come back and say, they're out there playing with a remote control on the side of the road. It just, we're actually mowing. It's just not something that's ever been considered. We look at them all the time. We like looking at equipment all the time. We do.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, but it's a combination, Joseph.
So like man or unmanned?
it's manned, but you program it by GPS. That's what I could.
Yes. Yes, you
GPS.
you also have, and they just came out with them, that I just found out about. But, even zero turn mowers now are remote controlled. You can switch from man to unmanned. And I just watched a video on that, a demonstration a couple weeks ago. I was very interested in that.
Yeah.
I don't see the point in putting a seat in it if you can unman it. It just doesn't make no sense, but
Yeah.
it's interesting.
So, I mean, yeah, a couple of things we would need to look into for sure, though, is there any kind, and I'm sure there is, but it's not a lot of money. Usually with equipment like that, there's monthly fees to keep it updated, stuff like, but
Maintenance con-
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but moving on, we go to, our parks, which is our Department 9. Right now we have our parks foreman, Roy Robinson, and then 2 maintenance workers that work under him. We're requesting right now, there is a 3rd position that was open that we were told not to fill, but we're requesting to keep that position. We're requesting that if it's been budgeted, if the money's there, let's keep that position, let's fill it. Let's get some more guys in the parks department. I know that, when we're looking at our, I guess, departments as a whole, we don't have too much of a focus this year on, equipment, stuff like that for the parks. We do share with all the other departments when it comes to mowing and, stuff like that. But our main ask right now is specifically, let's just keep that extra guy. Let's give him some more help out there. So that's, then we go to the shop and building maintenance.
Can we go back to parks real
yes,
quick?
ma'am.
Are you the liaison to the Parks Board?
Amanda is.
You are, and so are there any outstanding items that need to be moved forward to the council from that board?
Not that come out of our budget, no.
Thank you.
Moving on to shop and building maintenance. This is Department 10.
I do clarify one item. I think there is one item, Amanda, and to get it off that, of your back. But I'm not sure that it was and Ms. Griffin may be able to refresh my memory. I don't know if it's an individual request or if it's in a motion by the Parks Board. But at the pickleball court to put the
fence
sort of
across the
define
pickleball court?
yeah, some sort of fence, but
I think that was still under discussion.
okay, all right. So that's the only thing that I have on my note.
But that is a new request, new item. It won't come out of our general fund.
Going to shop and building maintenance. These 2 departments were originally in Public Works. A couple of years ago, they were moved to the IT department. Then recently moved back to Public Works. We have not been able to look at the full budget for these 2 departments as of yet. We've been able to do a brief overlay of what we've seen in the department book, but to really do a deep dive into that, we haven't had the chance or the opportunity to yet. But just off the bat, knowing, because we've still been, even though they weren't under Public Works, we still have been involved. Of course, especially with the shop, because we have a lot of equipment over there. And so our shop right now, we only have 2 guys, 2 mechanics. There is no lead shop mechanic. There is just 2 mechanics. And then, which is Tony and Albert. And then we have 2 maintenance techs right now for building maintenance across the city. And that's Francisco and Juan. We are requesting that we either have a lead shop mechanic and a lead maintenance, lead building maintenance, or you have 1 lead person that's over shop and maintenance. We do need oversight there. There's been a lot, it's been in disarray for a long time. IT had too much on their hands to really supervise those 2 departments, to be honest. So we've been able to get a hang of some of this stuff and be able to move forward and kind of get the things a little, I guess, calmer. But there still needs to be some sort of oversight over there. So that's one thing. The one thing we are requesting for shop and building maintenance, along with, which this isn't in my PowerPoint presentation, but we were talking about that today, which is the it's in my mind, that building in the back.
Pole barn.
Yeah, the pole barn. That needs to be torn down and we do need a new one. And we already know it's not, it can't be reused. There's no reusing it. There's no, it needs to be torn down completely. It needs to, we do need a new one, especially if we're gonna be getting new equipment, because we don't want to leave, that's where we put our equipment under. If we don't have a place to store the equipment, it's out in the open, out in the rain. I mean, we, a lot of times when it's asked about why equipment's messing up, a lot of times they're like, well, was it user error? Yeah, a lot of times it is, but here, especially, we don't have a good place to store our equipment. It's out in the elements at all times. So we, that is a major issue that we have to find a way to correct.
Good.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, Shannon, but maybe Mary, you might remember. I could have sworn we had a discussion about that. I think it's that building.
Several
about
discussions.
There's been a lot of
Every
discussion.
year.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussions.
Huh?
But
But I thought that we had gone ahead and said, get the roof repaired for the, that never.
The whole unit has to come down.
It's like falling.
Yeah.
It's the whole
It's so,
unit.
Yeah.
so, according to, our TML, according to FEMA and Tatum, who came out and looked at it,
Yeah,
it has to go.
Yeah.
It is a
They won't even
liability
insure it.
keeping it up right now. So TML flagged us some years ago and said, get rid of it right now. It was, admin that said, no, leave it. And so what we've done is we've reached out to local companies, brought some new iron, added new iron to it, tried to fix the roof. It's just not, it's a no-go.
But we
It's a
can't,
no-go.
couldn't even get.
It is a
insurance
red
for it.
flag.
Yeah.
So the last we were told was to get everything out from underneath it. But we still have equipment that we're having to park up underneath it because it cannot stay out in the rain.
Yeah.
So here we're just, it's a gamble.
Yeah.
It needs to come down though.
so for the equipment, are we at least
Tarp,
providing some big tarps and
Tarps.
putting them under tarps? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Miss Alice, I hope you're hearing that. That should be a priority item on, or grants or reallocations or things of that nature, right?
we were hoping that FEMA would come out there and take a look at it because it did receive some damage during the storm, and it was all recorded, pictures taken. According to FEMA, failure to maintain that pole barn throughout the years, it's probably not gonna happen.
How they look at houses.
Yes, sir.
See, Mr. Bro.
So, just as we continue going, just so y'all have an idea of what we're planning on doing here this, before this budget year's over, utilizing ARPA funds and, just our current budget. These are the pieces of equipment we're gonna be purchasing, already. We know we have our vibratory compact asphalt roller that we're getting with ARPA funds, along with a skid steer loader, and a boom mounted mower. We're also going to be getting a walk behind concrete saw on top of 2 more 0-turn mowers. We are getting 2 dump trailers. I just want to kind of talk about the difference because I know I had those earlier. These dump trailers we're buying are going to be for the street department, not for the stormwater department. So we're still going to need the other dump trailers.
Yeah.
These are just 2 we're getting now before. So those are equipment that we're going to be able to get already. That kind of. But if you move on to the next slide, next page.
While you're moving to the next slide, the next page, these that we are already getting, because people do good math and they say 2 + 2 is 4. And the next thing they'll say is, do we need 4? So let's clarify that these 2 dump trailers will be used every day.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
And the next 2 we get will be used every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But then going forward, I brought to y'all kind of what we're gonna need down the road. That way we weren't talking about this budget year. These are things that we absolutely are going to need in the next 2 to 3 years. And the utility 24, the wastewater, we know we're gonna need a crane truck. We're going to need another jet machine trailer. The one we have right now is getting old. Same with a vac truck. And utility 27, we're gonna need to get them a mini excavator. We're also gonna need to eventually get another grade all. We do have, I know it's been told to y'all that we have 2 grade alls. That is not the case. We have 1 grade all and another grade all that is not working. It's not inoperable. It's not, we've been told the parts, they don't make the parts no more for it. They don't want, the grade all company don't even want to work on it no more. It's old. It doesn't work. It's not. So we are gonna eventually need to get another grade all. We're also gonna need to get a valve exercising trailer as we grow our water utilities department, along with another backhoe loader, a couple of utility trucks, and then our street department, we're looking at another 15-passenger bus along with a bucket truck. Now, these are not immediate needs, but these are going to be needs that things that we need to start planning now because they're going to come fast, and these are equipment, and we have estimated cost right there of stuff that we are going to have to buy if we were wanting to continue to bring the type of work or the quality of work that we want to bring to the city. Now, the reason why I'm bringing it up now in this budget year is because I've always been told, don't bring a problem unless you have a solution. And so I don't have 100%, I don't have a solution for everything, but this is something I was working with previous administration, something I want to continue to push and continue to work on because we absolutely need an equipment replacement program. We have to have it. This is ways because we know that we can't fund everything. We can't. But with an equipment replacement program, there are ways that we can plan ahead, that we know that these funds are there. There's different ways we can get these funds, whether it's through capital improvement plans or whether it's through scrap metal and surplus sales. We have a lot. I'm telling y'all right now, we have a lot of equipment that we could have auctioned off a long time ago that's just sitting there. That I don't know why. I don't know why nothing was. I mean, it's sitting there. We have a lot of equipment that's no longer being used that we could get rid of and sell to put into an equipment replacement program. We probably have enough there to get a couple pieces of these equipment that we're desperately needing. But with this equipment replacement program, it's not just having the funds there, but it's an actual plan, a program where we're looking at the next 5 to 10 years once one is implemented. So we know once we purchase this equipment, this is how long it's going to last. This is when we're going to have to buy it again if it's in the next 5 or 10 years. I am just bringing that when we do have one, because I was informed there was one in the past there was 2 in the past that were disappeared for some reason. I am going to be requesting that if we are able to put this in place and move forward, that there is going to be an approval process with these funds where we first bring it to council for approval of spending it. And then it has to be signed by myself, city manager, and finance director, and not a single penny from those funds will be spent unless all that process is followed. So that is what I am bringing to the table, what I would like to implement moving forward, especially planning for budget as we're talking about budget putting. Because if we put this in place now, we're going to have to use we can start doing things within the next budget year that we're talking about now to prepare us for down the road when we see that we have all this equipment in 2 to 3 years that we are definitely going to have to purchase.
And we tried to start this, I tried to start this up, because Mayor, you have to remember, we used to have it for, Public Works had 2, replacement programs. We had vehicle replacement program, we had equipment replacement program. We had 2 million plus in there that disappeared overnight. So, and I understand, well, I can't say it was disappeared. It was borrowed from us, was never given back, and the program cut out right then and there.
What you're saying is other departments, the city manager reallocated those funds. You have to be very specific, Amanda,
To the general
in
fund.
today's La Marque, Texas.
The replacement fund was taken from utilities to cover the general fund.
Yeah, I know what you meant, but we want to make sure
And that's why we want to put those procedures in place
Yes.
for the safety of the program itself and the money
And
itself.
we tried to reinstate it a couple of years ago when Susie Koo was still here as finance director. We started putting money in there, scrap material, everything was going into that one account. The agreement was it was supposed to roll over every year, and that's not what happened.
It started with I think it was in who was the mayor? Bobby Hockin was the mayor. So it started, I think, in 12 or 13. James, were you on that council? We stayed here till like 3 or 4 in the morning cutting the budget. You remember that? Yeah. That's when it started. Yeah, that's when it was. Go ahead, Jeff.
So this is back to utility. What's the fleet program? What is that by? Got 200,000 here.
That is under, I think that's under IT, right? Because that is our trucks.
Conrad City doesn't do fleet anymore, that it's been moved.
It's still showing here utility fund expenditures, fleet program, 200,000 proposed for this year.
For the trucks, that's
That's our.
our vehicles. Yeah, that's the fleet.
The enterprise,
Fleet
fleet enterprise, yeah.
Yeah.
That's all the city vehicles.
Well, utility side.
Yeah, it's
Utility
utility
side,
side, yeah.
sure.
So, and, cause I guess they label it that way because there's other departments that have fleet trucks that are not under us. So.
Is that it?
Yes, sir. I mean.
Miss Nance, you thought we weren't gonna make time. Look at that. As, any questions for, Mr. Bro, Ms. Hobby as it relates to, their presentation?
I just want to compliment them both. I learned more this year than past years. Since I've been here with regard to utility and things, so thank you.
Did you learn more, James Ross?
I learned.
I just asked, did you learn more, James Ross?
Mayor Bill,
Yes, ma'am.
can you ask Shannon how he feels about a grapple truck?
Shannon, Miss Griffin asked me to ask you how you feel about the grapple truck. Which one? The one we got?
One we don't got.
Or the
They
one we
want us
gonna
to
got?
get. It's not listed for a reason.
It's not on my list because when we're looking at the city as a whole and how we operate, it's not a priority for me because we don't have the people to operate it. Right now, how we're running, we are using our great all to pick up, and we're doing a good job about that. So we have our stormwater team. How it works when there is bulk loads that need to be picked up. We have been working with the code and compliance department. They go out, do their investigation. Once their investigation's done, they get back with us and we get with our stormwater department. And when they'll go pick it up either at the end of the day when they're wrapping up or when they have some free time, we're working that way. Not only that, with this interlocal agreement we're making with DD2, one of the pieces of equipment that they have is a grapple truck. It just for the price of one right now in our operations of the city, if I had to say I need a grapple truck or I need this
mower.
It's like I have to drop something. I'm gonna drop the grapple truck.
So let me ask you this. So I've been talking with Ms. Griffin about priorities, and one of the things I think that we thought would be a good idea is for Public Works 1 day a week to perhaps drive each district 1 day a week. So each district would be driven once a month to pick up whatever those things are on the side of the road, those things that have been illegally dumped and things of that nature. That's something that we are thinking through as an opportunity.
I
see you. I'm gonna bring you in, Amanda. I see you probably want to have some thoughts about that.
With illegal dumping, we have to have code and compliance investigate it first before we can pick it up.
Right, sure, but I'm saying after that's done.
Yes, sir.
Here's the point. The point is one of the biggest complaints we get in I will say D, because Ms. Griffin has been talking to me about it, and because Ms. Yancey has spoken about it in the past, are things left in the easements on the side of the road, things that for whatever reason, what's the name of that company? Waste Management, thank you, did not pick up. We are trying to find a way to keep our city clean.
Yes, sir.
That was an idea that we talked about, that we thought we'd bring to council. But we'd like to hear from you on that idea.
Let me just insert one.
Go ahead. Yes,
Because
ma'am.
it was a hot topic yesterday. Chief was here this morning and apparently Waste Management has sent a list, correct me if I'm wrong, Joseph, has sent a list to code enforcement. And we also found out that the red tag that was being placed on the piles is being placed by Waste Management. Code enforcement is putting out the poster sign. So they are working on that list through that process. And then they're gonna analyze all of that and then come back and give us an update. So that, just want to let you know that's where that is right now.
And I'll start off by saying I am not against a grapple truck. I'm not. I mean, we would love to have. She is. I'm not. But
we don't have staff.
When I'm being told this year that we have to make cuts somewhere, I have to prioritize. I have to look at what we absolutely need to keep our city running and safe. We know streets right now are a big issue. If we buy a grapple truck, it's coming out of the street department. It's going to come out of that general fund. And so when we look at, do we need to, because we already have the capabilities right now to pick up bulk trash. We've been doing that. I know we've been given lists. I know my guys were out there in District D the other day picking up some of that trash that was shown to me out. And so we have, and we can talk about, I can get with Amanda, we can talk about having drive around once a week. But the reason why I'm saying we don't need it right now is because we do have the capabilities to pick it up, and we just have bigger fish to fry.
Understood. I guess now we need to hear, Ms. Hobby, is your concern about the truck or the actual?
And it don't need
operation
to be
that you
once a
suggest?
week either.
Just because I know us, 20-year history. What starts out as a small operation is going to end up becoming a full sanitation operation for Public Works. We're to save money and not purchase a grappler. We already have a piece of equipment that's doing what the job requires. Utilizing the great all. It's between us, it's between waste management, it's between code enforcement. We have to enforce the law as far as everybody keeping the front of their property clean. We have to enforce that waste management is keeping their word and actually going out there and picking up their bulk pickup. Public Works is to come out for illegal debris, illegal dumping. That's what we come out there and clean up. And so I have a feeling, because with the grappler truck, it's going to be more roll-off fees for us at the yard, because we're going to be steadily picking stuff up. So that fee is going to go up, or we'll have to buy a mulcher. It's going to require more land mass for us to handle all of this on top of what we already got going on at the yard. Again, what starts out is going to start out as a small operation for the city will end up being a sanitation operation for the city.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
Gotcha. Your concern has been heard.
Okay, so let's get grapple off the table. Now that we are all having the discussion about the debris, is it still not gonna be a sanitation, that what you just said at the end? It's not gonna be a continual problem for staff is what I want to understand.
The way we're handling it right now, if we push the enforcement on it, it is not an issue for us as it stands. If code enforcement's doing their due diligence, if waste management's doing their due diligence, and we're called to come out there and pick up illegal debris throughout the city, it is no hindrance on our department right now.
I understand,
okay.
but they don't want to write tickets.
That I don't have an answer for you. If you give me a ticket book, I have no problem writing tickets. I'll write them all day long.
And I'll say on our end, the moment I tell my stormwater foreman, hey, there's a debris pickup, he's out there.
In 2 seconds.
They're out there picking it up. So it's a matter of communicating with us.
So street department already goes around looking for illegal debris as they're making their way through the city throughout the day. Stormwater goes when we get a call in for heavy debris, and then we call out stormwater and say, hey, we put a work order on it. We got this illegal dumping going on over here, or in case something's been sitting out in front of somebody's property and there's a dispute for the last several months and it's not been picked up. We just go out there and get it done. But we have to be careful about what is the responsibility of Public Works and what's the responsibility of contract with waste management. Also the citizens. This goes back on the citizens too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, your last point about the citizens, and I mentioned it when waste management is our policy is really not one where you can clean out your whole or fence. I've seen people pile up fences, and waste management's not going to pick that up. That they will if you call. You're going to get paid. You're going to
get charged for it on your water bill. Yes,
charged, and they will. But folks, it's not. It's not just put anything you want. Now the question. You mentioned this interlocal agreement with who? With the
DD2,
District
Grange District.
That you're working on, that has a grappler truck. And what does that mean? That you're gonna work with them? What does that mean?
So right now, it's the working of the agreement itself. I wouldn't say it's dead in the water. It was being worked on by previous administration. I was a part of that. But Landry and I talk constantly. He's right across the street from us. He was just in my office the other day, and we were talking about this interlocal agreement, kind of getting ideas as we get ready. As the interim city manager now stepped in, my plan is once we're done with budget, I'm sure her and I are going to have more conversations to bring this back up because Landry's ready to go. He's excited. He said, "Whatever y'all need, I'm here to do. I'm willing to do." So they're ready to get going. He said, "We have equipment if y'all need to use it or if y'all need our help with anything." We just got with them about helping us spray some areas because we kind of had to get step back from spraying at the moment. So he's going to have his guys go out to certain areas and start doing some spray in some of our ditches for us. So they're ready to go. It's just a matter of finalizing it and working through it.
So let's just say the interlocal is a trade-off of services between the two of us. What really pushed the bar on this and getting it started was Hurricane Barrel.
Yeah.
They came out, brought their equipment, brought their guys, and they were out there helping us cut up the trees, move them out the streets. And it just kind of sparked that idea. We work closely together. They have permits that we don't, that we could utilize if we're in this interlocal. We have called them before in the past and said, "Hey, could you come out and do this for us?" And they have, and and we exchange services. But this is actually putting it in a contract saying that we're here to help each other,
And
and we both benefit greatly from it.
Thank you. That's great to hear that. I hope that we accomplished that, right? The other thing that bothered me, and I mentioned earlier, and then after lunch, I ran out there, that, what did you call it? The little inlet for drain water or rainwater. There at 1765 at the high school. And when we had that rainstorm, basically half of the 1765 was flooded.
Yeah.
And I decided to drive out there because I wanted to see if it was clear. You talked about that. And lo and behold, there's a looks like a, what is it, straw or something? It's like a big tube.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what it's called, but I said, what the heck's that?
Stormwater pollution prevention.
Yes.
Huh?
It's mandatory stormwater pollution prevention.
Yeah.
Yes. It stops debris from it. It only allows the water to travel into the stormwater. It stops debris from getting into there.
Well, it's not permitting the water.
But it has to be, they have to maintain it and keep up with it. Unfortunately, it's on TxDOT's side. We can, if there's issues in that area, we can reach out to TxDOT and say, "Hey, can you go take a look at this? Go check out this inlet." But unfortunately, we're not allowed to touch it.
Okay.
Or just don't get caught.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things. You talked about easements earlier and the itchy stuff, and then you talked about no longer using the sprayer. Can you guys elaborate on that for me? When will services pick up again?
This is a sensitive subject, and because of legal matters, I don't want to talk about this
Okay,
at this moment.
both of them?
Yes.
Okay,
There it is.
The mosquito sprayer?
no.
No,
Something else. Okay.
Yeah, not the mosquitoes.
yeah, we're gonna have to wait for that one for another day, Joe. Well, it has been fun. Goodness. Anything else?
We just need a yes from all of y'all across the board and we're good to go.
Yes, it's time for us to go.
That's not what I said. That's
If there's nothing further, thank you, Mr. Grove. Thank you, Ms. Hobby. We have a lot to think about. Mrs. Holly has a lot to review, to recommend to us. Did you want to say something?
I just want, so these sheets right here, if you didn't get a understanding of what they were, we were asked to try to cut some off of the general fund that was under us. And so this was me shaving some money off of the general fund for the parks, fleets and streets. So.
Thank you, ma'am. There's nothing further. It has really and truly been a long day, a long week for all of us. So
What's our schedule then from
for
now?
next week, we will be back here God willing, and the creek don't rise on Monday for an extremely long day. I remember Monday's our regular council meeting, so I don't want any shenanigans, guys. No shenanigans.
That starts at 9?
Starts at 10 with the EDC code compliance. And we'll have our council meeting afterwards. And then our last scheduled day will be the 12th, but I suspect that we will be called back, kind of like Greg Abbott and called back to, that's a whole other subject. We'll be called back in by Ms. Holly to have another discussion after Tuesday, so I would not make any appointments for that Thursday, guys. I suspect that we will have another budget or at least one more. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I want to say thank you again to you guys for all the work that you've been doing throughout the community. Ditches, culverts, alleyways. I mean, it's sewage problems have decreased dramatically over the last year.
Yeah.
So thank you for that tremendously, and the community brings you, they notice it. And also I wanted to get this, these concerns that Mr. Ross had, if we can get this on the agenda. So we can talk about these, because these are actually popping up all over La Marque.
Second.
Thank you.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. You're gonna have to name those concerns, Mr. Lara.
It was at the paper that was provided that had the multiple houses.
Yeah.
And what are you asking to be put on the agenda?
Anything surrounding them. This has been an issue. I remember before I was even on council, I tried to find out stuff about these properties, and it was just a ghost. It was a black hole. Nobody knew anything. So I guess I'm going to go through the documents, and I just want the discussion to be surrounding these properties and the other properties similar to this that are popping up all over the community.
Well, we got to start with these properties, Mr. Lara.
I'm so sorry.
We gotta,
Taylor.
let's try that.
We can move forward with that, but it wouldn't be on Monday's meeting. It would be on the
Yeah.
following meeting.
The
Because
agenda's already set for Monday.
yes, I was like, by y'all's ordinance, the cutoff was yesterday at 12 o'clock. That just gives staff time to actually research into this
That gives me more time as well.
to bring it
Yeah,
later. at the
we
end of
will
the
bring
month.
it
So-
back because I'm gonna have to do some research. as
So
well.
let's try to help Mr. Lowry out here, guys. He is asking on not this agenda, because it sounds like y'all have
already
this
set.
agenda already set. But the next agenda, Mr. Lowry is asking to discuss properties on Avenue B, 746-003, 381-001, 745-774. Are you seconding that, Ms. Griffin?
Sir.
Very good. That will be on the August the.
What was that? Where'd you get those numbers from? Right here.
The numbers for the line.
I got different. Oh,
The line, not the.
well, it was 440 to 400.
Those are addresses.
Those are the addresses. We use these numbers for property ID.
See that, Bud? That's how you get it done. Ms. Griffin has seconded that. And that will be on the August the 25th.
That sounds right. Yes, that's what it is.
Very good. Anything else? I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned. Thank you, guys.